Chapter 1124. Su Yanxiao could still whimper at first, but she suppressed her voice. After a while, she cried uncontrollably until her voice was hoarse. She looked battered and exhausted. She no longer had the demeanor of a noble lady. Anyone could feel her despair and pain from her cries, but Qin Gong could not even give her basic comfort. Qin Gong spurred his horse forward, but the troops following behind him soon arrived. Qing Yuan got off the horse, panting. He glanced at the scene from afar and took out a cloak from the box on the horse's back. Colonel Qin, Qing Yuan handed the cloak to him. Qin Gong came back to his senses and looked up at Qing Yuan. Inspector Qing. He took the cloak in a daze. He glanced at Su Yanxiao and pursed his thin lips. It was not his fault that he was late, but to Qin Gong, it was his fault for not being able to protect his old master's family. He did not dare to get close to Su Yanxiao, afraid that he would hurt her. Qin Gong spread the cloak with both hands and covered the body of the first wife. Most of her clothes were made of precious silk. The fabric was comfortable and beautiful, but it could not withstand strong tearing. The thugs were anxious to tear, so how could they take off someone's clothes peacefully? After some pushing and shoving, the clothes on the first wife were almost torn to shreds. Although she had not been physically humiliated before her death, her appearance alone would cause misunderstandings. The first wife was from a noble family and had always paid attention to her personal and family reputation. Qin Gong thought that perhaps First Madam didn't want others to point fingers at her corpse when she was in the netherworld. Qing Yuan entered the farmyard and found a few panicked women in rags. There was also a male corpse hanging from a tree in the yard. This male corpse was Su Fei of the Su family, Qin Gong's old master. Go and put him down. Qing Yuan was not naive, but he had never seen such a bloody scene. Su Fei's face was ashen, and his tongue stuck out from his mouth. Qing Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He turned his face away and ordered the soldiers to carry the corpse down from the tree and put it down properly. They then covered it with a white cloth to preserve its dignity. Lieutenant Qin, we found a male corpse hanging inside. Qin Gong looked at the male corpse being carried out by the soldiers and hesitated for a while. Finally, he stepped forward and slightly lifted a corner of the white cloth. With just one glance, his eyes turned red, and the hostility that had just subsided rose again. Su Bei. Qin Gong's eyes were red as he gritted his teeth and squeezed out these two words. Qing Yuan sighed softly, patted Qin Gong's shoulder, and comforted him. Colonel Qin, my condolences. Ling Wengong's funeral still needs you to take care of, and the wives and concubines he left behind also need someone to take care of them. Now was not the time to wallow in hatred. The dead were gone, and the living were still here. If Ling Wengong knew about this in the afterlife, he would definitely hope that they would be treated well for the rest of their lives. Most of Ling Wengong's old subordinates had already died in battle. Now, only Colonel Qin was left to shoulder this heavy responsibility. If you lose your mind because of hatred, who will take care of these old and weak women and children? Qing Yuan's words were reasonable. Qin Gong could only endure the pain. The army supervisor was right. He couldn't fall yet. At the very least, he had to make arrangements for Duke Wen's family. But before that, Qin Gong glanced in the direction that the thugs had fled and hardened his heart. They had humiliated Ling Wengong's family. This debt must be repaid with blood. Army Supervisor Qing, Ling Wengong's family has been found, but Military Advisor Yang still doesn't know. Qing Yuan was considerate. He smiled and said, Colonel Qin, don't worry. I will send someone to send a message to the military advisor. That's good. Thank you, Army Supervisor. Qing Yuan had a good temperament. It was a blessing for the Commander-in-Chief to meet such an easygoing and considerate military supervisor. As the commander-in-chief, Qin Gong naturally wouldn't do something like capture the thugs single-handedly. Fortunately, the thugs hadn't run far. How could a two-legged person outrun a four-legged warhorse? In less than a quarter of an hour, the thugs who had just escaped were tied up by the cavalry scouts and thrown onto the ground like a human pyramid. On the other side, Su Yanshao had cried enough. The thugs have all been captured and are at Lady Su's disposal. Qin Gong didn't accompany Su Yanshao. Instead, he went to arrange his troops and make preparations to deal with a fierce battle that could break out at any time. After doing all this, he finally had time to see Su Yanshao. At this moment, she had already stopped crying, but the tear stains on her face were still very obvious. Her eyes were red and swollen like a goldfish. Qin Gong didn't dare to get too close, and his voice was also several degrees softer. Qing Yuan looked at the two of them, his hands in his sleeves, and he couldn't help but laugh. In Yang Xi's words, Qin Gong was usually like a little wild wolf, but now he had his tail between his legs and pretended to be a harmless puppy. He carefully retracted his claws and teeth. That pitiful look, sigh, if he were a girl in the boudoir, he might also be attracted to it. Qing Yuan was amused by the scene in his mind. Yang Xi said, "What are you laughing at? Could it be that you're thinking about some young lady?" Qing Yuan laughed and said, "Sir, don't make fun of me. There are jackals and wolves at home, like wolves and tigers. I don't dare to provoke them." He had only gotten married in recent years. His wife was a distant relative of his mother's family. Qing Yuan hadn't seen what she looked like before they got married, and they only started getting along after they got married. Although it was a blind marriage, the two of them got along well after getting married. Now, they could be considered to be in love and the young couple was quite happy. "Then why were you laughing like that just now?" Qing Yuan said, looking at Lieutenant Qin's matter, "I couldn't help but think of an embarrassing incident that my wife caused." "What embarrassing incident?" "My wife bought a wild wolf cub at the market and mistook it for a puppy. She raised it for a while," Qing Yuan said with a smile. "At that time, she was busy and didn't go home for half a month. When she went back, she saw that wolf cub sweating profusely. She didn't know how big of a joke she had made. Now that I think about it, Military Advisor Yang, don't you think that Lieutenant Qin looks like that wolf cub pretending to be a puppy?" Yang Xi looked at him seriously and said, "Yes." Both of them had been around Qin Gong's age, so of course they could see Qin Gong's feelings for Su Yanshao. It was precisely because he cared that he was careful. On the other side, Su Yanshao looked straight at Qin Gong and asked in a hoarse voice, "You can do whatever you want with them?" Qin Gong said, "Yes, even if you want to dismember them or cut them into pieces, I'm willing to hand you the blade." The corners of Su Yanxiao's mouth twitched stiffly. Her eyes were lifeless, and it was unknown where her gaze fell. "I want to peel their scalps off their skulls one by one." "Are you going to do it too?" Qin Gong said, "Yes. Although it's a delicate and time-consuming job, it's what they deserve." Su Yanxiao's tears, which she had stopped with great difficulty, gushed out again. "What about castrating them?" Qin Gong asked, "Do you want a blunt knife or something sharper?" Su Yanxiao sobbed and buried her face in her knees. She said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, "I want to watch." Qin Gong was worried that she would see a bloody scene, but he wouldn't refuse her request. Chapter 11:25. Of course, Qin Gong wouldn't let Su Yanshao do it herself. He couldn't let these thugs disgust her a second time. He let the soldiers do the work. Scalping the dead wasn't a big deal. After all, the body wouldn't move. But scalping a living person and castrating him was very exciting. Coincidentally, the soldier who did it was a butcher before joining the army. He was good at skinning pigs. The thug was scared out of his wits and kept begging for mercy. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, he cursed out loud, saying whatever he could. Qin Gong was afraid that the thugs wouldn't listen to him, so he covered their mouths with cloth. The knife-wielding soldier looked at Qin Gong, then looked at the pigs in front of him who were tied up on the pillars to prevent them from moving. He clicked his tongue and gestured where to start with the knife. "Do you want to shave your head first?" he asked his assistant in a low voice. The assistant thought for a while and frowned in disgust. "Just do it. I don't know when was the last time they took a bath. The dandruff and oil on their hair are enough to cook a dish." "Okay. Find a straw rope and tie his hair up. It's hard to find a place to wear it." He used the knife to draw a circle along his hairline. A blood-red chain appeared. Scalping people was cruel. Qin Gong let them do it in the farmyard. Other than the soldier and his assistant, only Su Yanshao and him were left. "If you feel disgusted, you can go out first. I'll watch for you." A stern expression flashed across Su Yanshao's immature face as she hoarsely rejected Qin Gong's good intentions. "No need. I want to see it with my own eyes." The thugs passed out in pain, but it was convenient for the soldier to do it. At first, he was a bit rusty. Halfway through, he obviously got the feeling and quickly scalped the thugs. When the bloody scalp and hair were placed on a plate in front of Su Yanshao, she suddenly broke down and laughed hysterically. The soldier asked Qin Gong with his eyes. The scalp was already scalped. Was there a need to castrate him? Qin Gong hugged Su Yanshao, who was out of control, and answered with his eyes. "Castrate." The soldier's legs turned cold. It was a strange feeling to let a butcher castrate another man. He was experienced in skinning. After all, he was a butcher. But castration was difficult. He was not a professional. Thinking of the thug's evil deeds, the soldier could not feel the slightest sympathy. Both of them were people who were about to die, so there was no need to care about anything else. The soldier endured the disgust, pinched the dirty thing under the thug's body with one hand, and held the big knife used to kill people with the other. He pressed it against the root and cut. The thug, who had passed out from the pain, woke up from the pain again. He screamed and passed out again. Bah! Caught off guard, the soldier was sprayed all over his body. He threw the food onto the plate in disgust. How dare he show this thing to Commandant Qin? The soldier looked at Qin Gong. Qin Gong looked at him and then at the meat on his plate. He couldn't help but feel disgusted. Feed it to the dogs, the soldier could not help feeling sorry for the stray dogs in the village. Such a dirty thing, even a stray dog would find it smelly, right? After removing one thug, there were still 30 or 40 left. Qin Gong wouldn't let Su Yanshao look at them one by one. Every time he saw it, he would be stimulated. Wasn't this person stupid? This general promises you that every one of them will meet the same end. I ask Lady Su to prioritize your own health and not to harm yourself. Su Yanshao was indifferent, so Qin Gong could only bring up her mother. Lady Su will still need to take care of the matriarch's funeral. Can you stand by and watch as she dies? He had learned these words from Cheng Yuan. Although he was suspected of plagiarism, it was fine as long as it worked. To Su Yanshao, the legal wife was her weakness. Qin Gong coaxed Su Yanshao away. The soldier holding the knife looked at him silently, his eyes asking, "Should we continue?" Qin Gong gritted his teeth. "Continue. Kill as many as you can. If you can't make it in time, remember to kill them so that they don't waste their lives." With more than 10,000 soldiers stationed here, they were practically moving landmarks. The soldiers sent by Su Bei weren't blind. They would definitely discover them. If there was a need, they would have to carry out a strategic retreat. Time was tight. The soldier received the order. Yes. Apart from Su Yanshao, Su Fei's concubines had also survived. Each of them was battered and exhausted. Qin Gong didn't have a good impression of them. Moreover, he was a foreign official and had to avoid arousing suspicion. He couldn't get close to his old master's woman. Commandant Qin, the military advisor, has sent this general to inform you that the heirs of Duke Wengong have been found. They had been found, but they weren't alive. Su Fei had 3 sons and 3 daughters. The eldest son was already 9 years old, while the younger one hadn't stopped breastfeeding. In the carriage, the thugs wanted to do something immoral to Su Fei's concubines. The children cried incessantly, angering the thugs. The 9-year-old child was beaten so hard that his sternum was shattered and his lungs were pierced. The youngest child fell to his death. When they found him, his body was in a twisted position. The middle child was thrown off the carriage halfway and died under the wheels of the carriage. The 3 bastard sons were all dead. Apart from Su Yanshao, the 2 concubine daughters were also on the verge of death. They had been humiliated by the thugs in the carriage and were half dead. After that, they were even beaten viciously. The 2 children didn't wait for the military doctor before they breathed their last. Their little faces turned ashen and deathly still. Yang Si looked at the 2 young girls and was silent for a while. Although the female soldiers had tidied up and covered up their faces, their dark and twisted faces still dealt a heavy blow to him. Scenes seemed to flash before his eyes. After a while, Yang Si said, "Prepare 2 coffins for them." Dragging Su Fei to death was within his and the Lord's expectations, but Yang Si stopped himself from having dangerous thoughts. He got up and left, striding into the farmyard. The soldier was still hard at work. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. His efficiency was much higher than before. Military advisor. Yang Si laughed. "You do it, I'll watch." The soldier nodded in a daze. Just as Qin Gong had predicted, Su Bei's pursuers had discovered this place. However, they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Instead, they sent the news back to the main camp. After Su Bei heard this, he couldn't sit still. Does this mean that Qin Gong has already rescued Su Fei? Thinking about this, Su Bei couldn't help but feel pained. Falling into such a situation, Su Fei was still able to escape from despair and hitch a ride on Jiang Pingji's boat. Was he trying to make things difficult for him? I'm not sure about the specific situation. They had only discovered traces of Qin Gong's troops, but they weren't sure if Su Fei had been rescued by him. Su Bei held his forehead gloomily. Everyone under the tent looked at each other. Someone suggested, "Why don't the Lord send a messenger to test the waters? Wouldn't they know if Su Fei had been rescued by just a little test?" As they spoke, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Not only was there the sound of armors colliding, but there was also the sound of clothes rubbing against each other. "My lord, military advisor Han requests an audience." Su Bei's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Quickly invite Wenbin in." Realizing that something was wrong, Han Yu rushed to the front lines without stopping. Chapter 11:26. Professor Wei, the Secondary Division's principal's office is calling. Principal. The young man in the creamy white knitted casual shirt raised his head, revealing an enviable and beautiful face. His lips were slightly raised, and the faint smile seemed to dye his lacquered eyes with bright stars. Did he say what it was? He didn't say, but judging from his tone, it doesn't seem to be anything good. Please transfer the call. Okay, please hold on. Intoxicated by the young man's beauty, the assistant was momentarily dazed. He quickly returned to his senses and transferred the call. The young man accepted the call request, and the dark screen suddenly lit up, revealing the face of an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The man was in a suit with a protruding beer belly. His slightly chubby face was filled with impatience as he said something to the young man. After a while, the young man said in a cold tone, "Sorry, I'll be right there." After hanging up the call, he tidied up his desk, picked up his coat from the hanger, and put on a light gray scarf. "Where are you going, Professor Wei?" A colleague who passed by saw him in a hurry, looking at the bus route as he walked, and asked curiously. The young man seemed to be in a difficult position. "The Federation's secondary division, but I don't know which bus to take." The colleague choked on his words. "The secondary division is on the other side of the hemisphere. It'll take at least 4 hours to get there by bus." The Federation's top university was on planet Clemra, and the entire planet had 4 parts. Elementary schools, secondary schools, and advanced schools. The last one was the school district housing where family members lived during the holidays. The young man had to cross at least half the planet to get to the secondary division from the advanced division. After listening to his colleague, the young man frowned. "I'm going to the secondary division to do something, and the other party only gave me 40 minutes. The colleague said, 40 minutes, there's no rush in this world." The young man looked at his colleague quietly. The other party only gave him 40 minutes, but it would take him 4 hours to get there by bus. Was this not a rush? The colleague was also confused. He said, "I saw you driving a Silver Wind Thunder X6 earlier, and it's a limited edition Silver Deluxe edition. According to the official data, it would take you at most 20 minutes to get to the secondary division from here. With this, why would you take the bus? The normal edition cost tens of millions, and this special edition cost at least 100 million. The price was secondary. The key was that this kind of limited edition was only available to certain people. It could not be bought without some social status." Ever since the young man drove this car to work, many young teaching assistants became even more enthusiastic towards him. He could even afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions, but this young man actually liked to take public transport. Sure enough, poverty limited his imagination. The youth said, "I don't have a driver's license, so I can't drive." Previously, it was in autopilot mode, but this mode has a speed limit. With the autopilot mode activated, the speed of the sports car would be limited to the minimum, and it would be able to drive according to the predetermined route without a driver. Her colleague had an idea and suggested, "I have a driver's license. I'll take you there." The young man smiled apologetically. "Then I'll have to trouble you." His colleague looked calm on the surface, but he was wild with joy in his heart. A limited edition sports car worth hundreds of millions. He had only seen it on the virtual network and had never touched it. After driving it for a bit, he found that the car's performance was far more terrifying than the official data. His colleague immediately thought of modifying it. "Have you modified your sports car?" The hover sports car steadily stopped at the parking lot, and the young man prepared to get off. "My wife modified it. She's quite interested in it." His colleague was speechless. Didn't the officials say that the limited edition Silver Tempest X6 is infinitely close to the military's tank configuration? The young man smiled. "I'm not sure about that. She said that the original car was too fragile and had poor defense, so she modified it to be thicker." His colleague looked speechlessly at the Silver Tempest X6 in front of him. The perfect lines of the car made people fall in love at first sight. The reason for the modification was actually poor defense. Could it be that the young man was the son of a high-ranking official? His colleague was secretly puzzled. The young man did not understand the secondary division at all. Without his colleague's help, he would not have been able to find his destination. The verification procedures in the principal's office were a little troublesome. Without his colleague's help, the young man would probably be obstructed for a while. I really don't know which planet you came from before. You don't even know how to use these basic instruments, his colleague muttered in a low voice. The young man smiled gently. Not only was he not angry, but he also studied seriously. After entering the office, the principal's words reached their ears. Wait, Song, your parents aren't here yet. The young man heard his mischievous son snort unhappily. I'm sorry, Mr. Principal, I'm late. The young man smiled faintly. May I know what mistake my son made? He spoke in a genteel manner, but because he was a professor of ancient culture who specialized in ancient history, no one said anything. You are. The principal looked at the young man and asked, You're Wei Song's father? Based on appearance alone, the young man and Wei Song were indeed somewhat similar. He looked more like an elder brother than a father. The young man nodded and asked honestly, Yes, do I need to show my paternity certificate? The principal's smile froze and he said stiffly, No need. His colleague was flustered. The mysterious professor of the Federation's top institution of higher learning, married with a child. Suddenly, this colleague felt that there was hope for him to get out of singlehood. Now that the young man was married, wouldn't Yen Yen, who had a crush on him, give up? Just as he was thinking, the couple standing at the side interrupted. You're this child's father. Their attitude was a little rude and unreasonable, and their faces were angry. The young man gently raised his hand and patted his bratty son, who had just reached his shoulder. He was not angry at the couple's attitude at all. He was unbelievably gentle. Yes, I'm his father. The principal didn't explain in detail just now, so I don't know what happened. The two of them sized up the young man. The young man was dressed very casually. All of them were ordinary brands with affordable prices. However, he had a good temperament, so his clothes exuded the air of luxury. I hope you can educate your son well. His conduct is not worthy of studying at the top institution of higher learning in the Federation. The man opposite him glanced at Wei Song contemptuously and said, Stealing is a very despicable act. Refusing to admit it is even more unforgivable. The principal added, If this matter is true, Wei Song will be criticized by the entire school and punished with expulsion. A trace of surprise flashed in the young man's eyes as he looked down at his son, who had just entered puberty. Although this child was a little bratty, he would not do such a thing. What happened? I don't know either. That kid snatched my mecha model for no reason and even accused me of stealing. Wei Song was very angry, but his father's many years of guidance allowed him to suppress the anger surging in his heart. Why would the top institution hire a liar who's full of lies? The young man frowned slightly and said indifferently, I believe my son's words. He wouldn't do such a thing. Everything requires evidence. If Mr. Principal or this couple can produce concrete evidence, such as stealing surveillance footage, I will personally educate them. The man said, That's impossible, because the theft happened in the bathroom of the training cabin. That's a surveillance blind spot. The young man laughed and said, If that's the case, how can you be sure that my son stole some mecha model? The man was enraged as well. Before he could speak, the young man who had shrunk to the side spoke up, mumbling, That mech model is the latest limited edition model. My dad pulled some strings and spent over 5 million to buy it. Other than the difference in scale, every function is modeled after a real battle mecha. There's even a unique code on it. I lost the model, and Wei Song obtained a model with the same code. Although there was no surveillance footage, was there a need to guess? Wei Song laughed angrily. You're twisting words and forcing logic. You're slandering me without evidence. You're going too far. The young man said, Are you going to say that your family bought the mecha model in your hand? Wei Song suppressed his anger. So what if it is? A person who can afford a mecha that costs over 5 million credits is wearing a t-shirt that costs over 200 credits. You're discriminating too much. What's wearing a t-shirt that costs over 200 credits to you? You're just a commoner. With your family situation, you probably can barely afford the tuition fees, right? Wei Song could not hold back his temper and took a step forward. The young man raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder, pulling him back. Wei Song, who had been raging just a moment ago, was now extremely obedient. The young man said, "What's with the model?" Wei Song shrunk his neck and whispered, "Isn't it about to start the mecha course? It's still a few years before I can really learn how to pilot, so I secretly asked my sister for help. Who knew that I'd just received the goods today, and not long after I played with them, this guy would go crazy and say that I stole his stuff, he was being wronged." The young man sneered. "You said your sister bought it for you. Let your sister come over and confront us," Wei Song said. "Are you stupid? Wait for my sister to come over. Why are you so thick-skinned?" The young man was furious. There must be some misunderstanding in this matter. Seeing the two teenagers quarreling over this, the young man frowned unhappily. What misunderstanding can there be? The school doesn't accept people with a criminal record of theft. Wei Song, it's better to call your mother over and settle the withdrawal procedures together. The young man snorted. "I can settle this privately. If you voluntarily withdraw from school, this matter won't be recorded in your file. How about that?" The young man did not go overboard. Although Wei Song stole his favorite model, he could let bygones be bygones now that the item was back. Wei Song was just a commoner student. If he was recorded in the secondary department of the best university, he would not be able to find a job in the future. What's the model number? I'll ask Yen and find out what's going on. 2012 XSD 3611, the same model as WarGod 1253G. The young man glanced at Wei Song's father. He was not as angry as he was at first because of his good looks. Since Wei Song said his sister bought it, there must be a receipt, right? If you can produce evidence to prove that the model in his hand is indeed his, then I can apologize to him. Although he said that, he did not believe that Wei Song could produce evidence. The young man noted it down and opened his communicator to send a message to his daughter. After a while, the message came back. "Mom threw it to me a few days ago. I gave it to Song in passing. Where did the receipt come from?" The young man secretly had a headache. He pulled up his wife's contact avatar and roughly explained the current situation. He replied instantly, "What the hell? Song stole." Wait a minute, after a while, someone's communicator rang. Everyone looked at each other. The principal nodded apologetically in slight embarrassment. It was an unfamiliar video call request. Seeing this, the young man said, "Mr. Principal, you can answer it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be my wife." "What the hell?" The principal agreed to the video call in surprise. Because it was a three-dimensional communication, the person would not appear on a two-dimensional plane. Instead, it would be directly projected into a three-dimensional image. "Hello, Mr. Principal." As soon as the person spoke, everyone in the principal's office was silent. Hello, Jiang, well, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. Jiang Pingji said, "I just heard from my husband that my son stole. The evidence is true, so it's very likely that he will be expelled from the school. He might even be recorded." "Is this true?" The principal was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned. They could understand every word the chief said, but when combined into one sentence, they could not understand it. Evidence is important when doing things. Is there a surveillance camera or a witness? The principal blushed and said with difficulty, "No." Jiang Pingji raised her eyebrows. "Since there is no evidence, why did you say that Song stole?" The principal glanced at the young man's parents. Their expressions were very interesting, like a broken palette. Faced with the questioning of the chief, the principal did not dare to be vague, not to mention that the chief was the most difficult old hooligan to deal with. The principal explained the reason rather awkwardly. Although it was beautified, it could not hide from Jiang Pingji's eyes. "I think the atmosphere of the top school should be changed. The school is a place for students to seek knowledge. How can there be class discrimination? If this matter is broadcasted by the military media or the civilian media, I think the top school will be on the hot search list for a few days." The principal choked and was speechless. Could this kind of thing be linked to discrimination? The school was already relatively fair. The teaching resources they could provide could also be enjoyed by children from ordinary backgrounds, but children from wealthy families could enjoy more top-notch resources. These resources could not even be provided by the school, let alone for ordinary children. For example, the simulated mecha this time. This kind of mecha model was not a toy on the market. Other than the scale and weapon power, everything else was made according to real war mecha. Even if you had money, you could not buy it. Children with power and money could learn in advance, but could ordinary children? "Chief, there must be a misunderstanding in this matter." "Of course I know there's a misunderstanding." Jiang Pingji smiled. Song would not steal a classmate's mecha model, and he does not have a hobby of stealing. There is no doubt about this. Because the mecha model was made according to my former ride, the manufacturer gave me 2 sets as souvenirs. There is no possibility of it being fake. I have already contacted the manufacturer to investigate the serial number, and various certificates can prove that the one in my hands is real. I have a rude suggestion. You'd better check if the lost mecha model is a high-quality imitation. The principal only felt his cheeks blush. The youth's parents could not help but suspect that they had bought a high-quality imitation at a high price. After all, it was impossible for a dignified chief to buy a high-quality imitation from official channels. "I'm sorry, Chief, this is my fault. I did not investigate in detail and wrongly accused young Master Wei." The youth's father could not help but speak up, trying to save some face. "Regarding the lost mecha model, I will investigate carefully. I will not wrongly accuse anyone." Jiang Pingji smiled. "It's okay. It's good that this matter has been resolved." Wei Song could not hold it in any longer. Just a series of apologies was enough. He had been wrongly accused for a few hours. The teachers and principal took turns to meet him, and all of them accused him of stealing. Hadn't he just insulted him with his eyes and nose, mocking him for wearing a cheap t-shirt that cost 200 credits? Although Tsong is young, he is still a young man. This gentleman should be able to understand what it's like to have a bratty son with strong self-esteem at home. Jiang Pingji seemed to sense Wei Tsong's resentment and added with a smile. The gentleman immediately understood. "Of course I can understand. After this matter is investigated, I will solemnly apologize to young Master Wei and compensate for the mental damage." Wei Tsong was still a little angry, but after a few snorts, he wilted. He lowered his head and secretly rejoiced. He was satisfied that his mother could take time out of her busy schedule to help him solve a trivial matter. The matter was not complicated, but before Jiang Pingji revealed her identity, Wei Tsong was determined to be a commoner student. A commoner student holding a mecha model worth more than 5 million would make any normal person think that it was of unknown origin. The other party's attitude was more rude and unreasonable. They insisted on their own judgment, so Wei Tsong was naturally at a disadvantage. Now that the positions were reversed, the previously arrogant person could not be arrogant anymore. After careful investigation, they finally found the lost mecha model. After the manufacturer's appraisal, the lost model was indeed a high-quality imitation. The one in Wei Tsong's hand was the real one. The youth apologized to Wei Tsong accompanied by his parents. "You're the son of His Excellency the Commander." The youth was still very confused. "Yes, is it strange? Then why are you dressed so shabbily? Which proper young master would dress so intimately?" Wei Tsong choked and retorted, "My dad likes to shop online." "Not happy? I can also wear a shabby t-shirt like this, okay?" The youth was embarrassed and ashamed. Fortunately, Wei Tsong did not pursue the matter for revenge, so they were in peace. On the other side, the youth's colleague was dumbstruck and could not react for a long time. The mysterious professor who usually did not bat an eyelid was actually the man of the infamous commander. The flowers in the school who coveted the youth. Did these people know who their love rivals were? "You and His Excellency the Commander are," the youth laughed. "We are husband and wife." "A secret marriage?" "No, but she and I don't like to receive too much attention from the outside world, not to mention that our child is still young." The colleague was already speechless. "That sports car, she bought it for me to travel to work. Tsong's temperament is a bit awkward and he's in puberty. I'm worried about him, so I followed him to Clumla so that it's convenient to take care of him." The youth smiled and squinted his eyes. "Don't tell anyone about this. She's been in a bad mood lately because I've been paying too much attention to Tsong and neglected her. If there are any related reports, I'm afraid she'll cause trouble." The corner of the colleague's mouth twitched. He'd be crazy to spread gossip about the commander. "I definitely won't." There was no need to mention how uncomfortable it felt to have a secret that others did not know. The matter seemed to have been resolved, but not long after, the principal was demoted. He issued a series of documents to rectify the school's atmosphere. The group of students' parents was baffled. Only the person involved knew the inside story. 6 years later, Wei Tsong finished his secondary and higher school courses and graduated a few years ahead of schedule. At the graduation ceremony, the commander of the 7th Army, Her Excellency Jiang Pingji, attended as a special guest and awarded the graduation certificates to the student representatives. After the formal award of certificates, there were other entertainment programs. Jiang Pingji got off the stage and said to Wei Tsong, "Well done." Wei Tsong straightened his chest. "I'm a little biased towards certain subjects. Combat subjects barely hold me back. I don't recommend you to enter the combat ranks. Consider a civilian position." Wei Tsong's face drooped. "Your sister already gave you a handicap of 9 fingers, but you still couldn't beat her. If you join the battle, you'll just be sending yourself to the enemy." Wei Tsong immediately looked like a frostbitten eggplant. He was completely drained of energy. "How do you know I can't do it if you don't try?" The headmaster of the advanced department was dumbfounded as he listened to their conversation. Seeing Wei Tsong contradict Jiang Pingji, he tried to smooth things over by apologizing to Jiang Pingji on Wei Tsong's behalf. "Army commander, this," Jiang Pingji said good-naturedly, "Tsong is throwing a tantrum. I've made a fool of myself in front of the principal." Tsong. Wasn't that a little too intimate? The principal of the advanced department was dumbfounded. Wei Tsong is His Excellency's relative. The conversation between the two was broadcasted to the virtual network. Because it was a routine graduation broadcast every year, there weren't many viewers at the beginning. It was a cliché. It was the same routine every year. It was annoying to watch too much. However, the more the audience listened, the more they felt that something was wrong. Their thoughts were perfectly synchronized with the principal's. "My son," Jiang Pingji said. "Oh, so it's His Excellency's son." As the principal spoke, his expression froze. "Son. The audience watching the live broadcast also exploded. The army commander's son. That wasn't right. When did she get married? Who was she marrying? Everyone had the same question. As if to answer their doubts, an extremely good-looking young man entered the range of the camera. "Dad, I'm here." As soon as Wei Tsong opened his mouth, the bullet screen exploded. "Don't push me, let me see who the father of the 7th Army's crown prince is. Oh my God, my goddess is actually married. Her child is about to enlist in the army. Are you kidding me? This year's media can't do it. Upstairs, are you stupid? Even if you gave those paparazzi 10 million heads, they wouldn't dare to follow and secretly take pictures of the big shots in the military, right? The crown prince is so good-looking. He's so good-looking. The boss's man is good-looking too. I don't think he's had plastic surgery. Oh my God, Jiang Pingji, this scourge, is finally single. Can I find a lady in the army who's willing to let me take over?" The bullet screen audience quickly attracted the attention of others when they called the army commander's name directly. But in the next second, he deleted the bullet screen and continued to lurk. Cheering for the army commander. He's the army commander now. When the next marshal election is held, he'll be the marshal, right? That's for sure. The current army commanders are either too old or too inexperienced. None of them can fight. He's the army commander's man now. He'll be the marshal's man in the future. Did this man save the human alliance in his previous life? Looking at the boss's resume, she really has a cheat life. Speaking of which, her surname is Jiang, TSK. I can't help but think of a certain family. I also think of a certain family. Yes, I have the same feeling, a certain unspeakable family. You guys are so weird. Our army commander came up on his own. There are many people with the surname Jiang in the world. What are you jealous of? Not long after, the bullet screen was quickly cleared. Regardless of the media's trending topics, Jiang Pingji looked in the direction of the young man with a smile. Chapter 11:27. After much anticipation, Hanyu had finally arrived. However, when he saw Hanyu in person, Su Bei felt guilty for no reason. "Greetings, my lord." Hanyu cupped his hands in front of his chest. The atmosphere in the tent dropped to a freezing point. Everyone could tell that Hanyu was in a terrible mood. Su Bei helped Hanyu up and said earnestly, "Wenbin, you really made me wait. It is my fault that I failed to solve your problems for you. I do not dare to accept your highness's kindness." Hanyu's face was cold and his voice was stiff. Those who knew him well knew that he was angry. Su Bei happened to be that familiar person. "Wenbin is so angry. You must be angry with me." Su Bei said embarrassedly, "No matter what, you should at least let me know what I did wrong. A traitor would be sentenced to death if no reason was given. Prisoners on death row also had human rights. Everyone makes mistakes." Hanyu spoke. Su Bei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could relax, Hanyu continued, "However, the mistakes of the Lord can still be forgiven. The mistakes of the advisor cannot be forgiven. The advisor did not fulfill his duty and did not think about remonstrating. Isn't that a dereliction of duty? Allowing the Lord to go astray is adding to the mistakes and crimes on top of the crimes. I have made a mistake. Please punish me, my lord. I will not complain." If they didn't listen to the last sentence, Hanyu was clearly dissing all the advisors in the tent. He changed the topic and put all the blame on himself. The other advisors were speechless. The feeling of wanting to vomit blood and choking on his lungs was unbearable. Everyone knew that Hanyu was dissing them by name, but they couldn't refute him. After all, he was the one who said he was wrong. Why would an outsider take the blame? Was he thinking too highly of himself? Su Bei blushed. He didn't care what mistakes he had made. The most important thing was to pacify Han Yu first. Since he had already lowered his head and admitted his mistakes, Han Yu naturally couldn't hold on to it. He gave Su Bei a way out. An official relied on the Lord's trust and favor to be arrogant. This wasn't having a backbone, it was called having a problem. Su Bei said, "Fortunately, Wenbin is here. I feel at ease now." Every lord was proficient in the art of sweet-talking. Her methods of coaxing people were profound and numerous, like a sow wearing a bra, one said after another. Jiang Pingji. That was a special case. Her words of love had a unique attribute, and it was bound to be picked up. I've been rushing all the way here, but the information I've received is not detailed. But there's one thing. Han Yu paused and said bluntly, "I think you've been a little reckless in your actions, and you've lost your composure as a master." Lu Shi borrowed troops to support Su Fei. Why did Lord send troops to help Lu Shi? Su Pei was dumbfounded. When did he help Lu Shi? Why does Wenbin say that? Han Yu said, "Lu Shi saved Su Fei." My lord, just let him save her. Aren't you helping Lu Shi by forcing Mountain Urn City to fall? Su Bei almost couldn't breathe. There was something wrong with this logic. Han Yu continued to analyze. Su Fei is not a good person. Lu Shi saved him, but he saved a hot potato. My lord, if you stop at the right time, you will be able to fulfill your brotherhood with Su Fei. This will prevent people from saying that my lord is heartless. The internal strife between brothers is, after all, a family matter. Lu Shi helped, but my lord didn't intend to kill Su Fei. Her actions will be labeled as a vile person who instigated strife between brothers. My lord can even write a declaration of war against Lu Shi, which is a righteous cause. If Lu Shi were to send troops, it would be a nameless army, and it would be no different to morale. But now, my lord has disregarded our brotherhood and attacked Mountain Urn City by force. You can't escape the label of heartless. War was a must, but there was a big difference between sending troops with a good reason and sending troops without a good reason. Su Bei's actions of attacking Mountain Urn City by force had handed over the initiative to start the war. He could only hope that Su Fei was fine. Otherwise, Su Bei would be slandered by the treacherous old hooligan Lu Shi and be labeled as a murderer. Internal strife between brothers was not uncommon, but it was rare for bloodshed to occur. The Dongqing royal family's nest of weirdos didn't count. Su Bei felt that Han Yu's words were somewhat familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. He glanced around the military tent and saw Ching Sun sitting upright on the mat. He couldn't help but feel remorseful. Does Wenbin have a plan to break out of this situation? Su Bei was obedient and humbly asked for advice. Han Yu said, "If my lord can shake hands with Su Fei and treat him well, this situation will collapse on its own. Shake hands and make peace." Su Bei's expression stiffened. This request was really too much. He would rather fight with Su Fei for another 300 rounds. When 1,000 people are of one heart, they can gain the strength of 1,000 people. When 10,000 people are not of one heart, none of them will work alone. My lord and Su Fei are from the same faction, and both of them are of the same lineage. If they can let go of their former enmity and help each other hand in hand, with the two of them working together as one, why worry about the hegemony? The Su family won't prosper. Han Yu wouldn't have said these words in the past. It would have been useless even if he had said it. The two brothers were like cross-eyed men. Which one could he persuade? Now that my lord's power had crushed Su Fei and pushed him to the bottom of the valley, there was a possibility for both sides to forcefully cooperate. If he could solve the current situation of the Su brothers being at loggerheads and end the internal strife of the Su family, it would be a blessing in disguise. Thinking of this, Han Yu really wanted to greet the grandfather of the Su brothers. It was one thing to be biased, but to cause fratricide and internal strife in the family because of it was biased, this was a completely different matter. Su Bei felt awkward for a while, but he couldn't just reject Han Yu's suggestion. He could only use the tactic of delaying to send Han Yu away first, and then he could go back to his nest to think about the gains and losses. Unexpectedly, before Su Bei could decide whether or not to bury the hatchet with Su Fei, a sudden piece of bad news came. Su Fei is gone. Su Bei's eyes widened in shock. His right hand gripped the messenger's shoulder tightly and he cried out, "What did you say? Who's dead?" Su. The messenger's heart was filled with anxiety. Seeing that Su Bei's attitude was not right, he corrected himself, "Your lord is dead." "How did he die?" Su Bei seemed to be unable to accept it. The messenger replied, "He hanged himself." Han Yu's expression changed drastically. If he was killed, he could still say that someone's soldiers killed him by mistake and manipulate public opinion to wash away the stain on his name. But if he hanged himself, it would mean that he was forced into a hopeless situation and begged for death. It was obvious who forced him to do it. Han Yu was overwhelmed with shock, but his mind was exceptionally clear. Not only did he have to worry about Jiang Pingji's soldiers, but he also had to worry about Jiang Pingji's slander. "Where's the corpse?" Su Bei asked. The messenger replied, "Your lord's corpse has been collected by his eldest daughter." Su Bei heaved a sigh of relief, but Han Yu, who was at the side, was frightened out of his wits. If the father hanged himself, the person who collected the corpse should not be his wife or son. Why was it his eldest daughter? Unless, as he was thinking, the messenger's voice came from outside. "Report. There's a messenger outside the camp requesting an audience." Su Bei said, "Let him in." Qing Yuan volunteered to be the messenger and went to Su Bei's camp. Yang Si felt that it was too dangerous, but Qing Yuan made him relent with one sentence. "When two armies are at war, Su Bei is not the lord if the messenger is not executed." Chapter 11:28. Qing Yuan's guards were all blocked outside the tent. He did not panic when he saw them. Instead, he smiled faintly and walked into the main tent alone. Looking at his appearance, he wore a dark-colored wide-sleeved crane cloak with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. His clothes fluttered elegantly in the wind. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised. His brows carried the vigor of a young man, but there was no lack of steadiness. Seeing Su Bei sitting on the seat of honor, he calmly bowed in greeting. "Your humble servant, Qing Yuan, greets Duke Xinzhao on the orders of my army's commander." Su Bei, courtesy named Xinzhao. Now that the world was in chaos, the official positions of the feudal lords were meaningless. Jiang Pingji was still the governor of Wanzhou, but which governor could conquer the northern borderline? Not only did he cripple the northern borderline, but he also occupied their territory. Su Bei was the governor of Zhe County, but his territory was not limited to just Zhe County. There was also Hu County and half of Zhangzhou. The royal family was extinct. As one of the 5 countries, Dongxing had been destroyed in name and in reality. Since the country was gone, many titles naturally had to be changed accordingly. For example, Qing Yuan respectfully addressed Su Bei as Duke Xinzhao, which made him feel very comfortable. Of course, he could also address him as Duke Su, but that would violate the ancestors' taboo. As a descendant, he could not offend the ancestors. Su Bei's expression softened. He smiled and tried to sound Qing Yuan out. Although Qing Yuan was young, and his innate talent was not as frightening as those evildoers, he was still someone who had experienced several years of high-intensity work. He was someone who could handle various strategists with ease. Su Bei's probing had been subtly leveraged by him, and he had unknowingly taken control of the rhythm of the conversation. A few words of greeting were exchanged like a few rounds of swords and knives. Seeing that his probing had failed, Su Bei switched to playing the emotional card. He reminisced about the past at Huangshui with a face full of emotion and was concerned about Jiang Pingji's current situation. Qing Yuan dealt with them one by one, avoiding the small hole that Su Bei had dug. Sometimes, the enemy's concern was not necessarily concern. It could very well be a big trap. The officials should keep the Lord's health condition a secret and not reveal it easily. Even more so, they could not let the enemy know the truth. Qing Yuan's responses were watertight. Su Bei did not gain any advantage. After a while, Su Bei knew that he could not pry open Qing Yuan's mouth. He could only dispel the thought that he should not have. He looked at Han Yu, who gave him a wink. Su Bei understood and went straight to the point. "You didn't come here just to greet me, did you?" Qing Yuan pretended to be annoyed and raised his hand to pat his forehead. He blamed himself and said, "Please forgive me, Duke Axan Zhao. I was a little dazed when I saw you treating me so kindly just now. I forgot why I came and almost delayed the important matter. Other than greetings, I also have a letter for Duke Xinzhao." Su Bei resisted the urge to twitch the corners of his mouth. However, he maintained a candid expression and said, "It's all right, it's all right. Teacher and I hit it off the moment we met, and we had a pleasant conversation. If someone were to be blamed, it would be my fault." "How could I blame sir? Who wrote this letter?" Vaguely, Su Bei felt that this letter was Qing Yuan's true motive for this diplomatic mission. After talking nonsense for so long, it was finally time for the main course. In other words, the warm-up was over. Was it finally time to reveal the dagger? Qing Yuan looked at Su Bei with a smile that was not a smile. "The person who wrote this letter was your Lord Wen. Ling Wengong. Su Fei." Su Bei was also a man of superb acting skills. His reflexes were breathtaking. Upon hearing the name Su Fei from Qing Yuan, Su Bei's eyes immediately reddened, as if he had recalled a sad past. When an elder brother heard that his younger brother had died in the prime of his life, anyone with feelings for him would definitely feel terrible. I heard that Ling Wengong has already passed away." Su Bei's voice was hoarse, and he seemed to be choking with emotion. Qing Yuan sighed. "Ling Wengong, he used silk as a piece of white silk and hung it on a large tree in a farmer's courtyard. He then stepped on a stool and hung himself. He committed suicide." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bei burst into tears, calling out Su Fei's name. Many people were infected by his sorrow, and their eyes silently reddened. Su Bei wept bitterly as he said, "Ling Wengong and I were as close as brothers. The scene of us studying together in the past is still vivid in my mind. At the poetry gathering, we held hands and traveled together. Along the winding stream, we drank wine together. We were originally of the same clan. Although there was discord, it was not to this extent." No matter who it was, upon seeing Su Bei's heartfelt weeping, even if one's heart was made of iron, they would still melt. Qing Yuan's face revealed a look of sympathy, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Duke Axan Zhao and Ling Wengong had a deep brotherly relationship. Now that he has passed away, I hope that Duke Axan Zhao will not be too sad. The other officials under Su Bei's tent also consoled him. Only then did Su Bei stop crying and restrain the grief on his face. He asked Qing Yuan, "Did teacher bring Ling Wengong's will?" Qing Yuan retrieved a letter from his bosom. Han Yu took the letter and passed it to Su Bei. Su Bei hurriedly opened it, but there was only a piece of bamboo paper stamped with Su Fei's personal seal. Apart from the seal, there was not even a stain on this piece of paper, not to mention a single word. Emissary, what is the meaning of this? Su Bei changed the way he addressed Han Yu. His tone carried a hint of anger. Qing Yuan bowed unhurriedly and said mournfully, Ling Wengong is now extinct. Extinct? Su Bei was enraged. How could Ling Wengong be extinct? He had a large number of children, with 3 sons and 3 daughters still alive. How could he be extinct? Han Yu felt a chill in his heart. His previous conjecture had been confirmed. Qing Yuan said, the Barbican city was breached, and the pursuing soldiers were like an inescapable net. Ling Wengong broke out of the siege several times and was accidentally separated from his wife and children. In order to find his wife and children, he had no choice but to turn back. Not only did he fail to find his wife and children, but he also encountered several waves of pursuing soldiers. After a fierce battle, only 2 guards were left. There were pursuers behind, and there was no way out. Ling Wengong had no choice but to hang himself. Su Bei subconsciously wanted to stop Qing Yuan, but he knew that if he berated him, he would be admitting to the bad reputation of forcing his own brother to his death. Qing Yuan continued, Ling Wengong's wife and children were also unfortunate. After they were separated from Ling Wengong, they unfortunately encountered bandits and villains. The villainous tycoon killed 3 innocent children, ending Ling Wengong's bloodline. The 2 concubine-born daughters also died young. Fortunately, Ling Wengong's wife protected them with her life, delaying time until the arrival of the main army. She was able to preserve her only bloodline. 3 sons and 3 daughters. 5 of them died. The sons who could carry on the bloodline were all dead, leaving only 1 daughter. Wasn't this the end of the line? Qing Yuan calmly stated his intentions. Ling Wengong's daughter grieves over her deceased father's desolate state. She boldly borrowed her deceased father's name to ask Duke Xinzhao for an heir to continue the bloodline of the 2nd branch of the Su family. If there were no filial sons, Ling Wengong would not be able to sleep peacefully in the afterlife. Su Bei's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood what was going on with the will in his hands. This wasn't just a piece of paper. It also contained the lives of Su Fei's entire family. Su Bei glared at Qing Yuan, as if he wanted to chew his flesh off. His eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. Qing Yuan was neither sad nor happy. He was like a hermit who had nothing to do with this matter, coldly observing the various expressions of the crowd. Chapter 1129. If one ignored the fact that Su Bei had breached Shanwan City and forced Su Fei to his death, how many people would be moved by his words? His cousin's family had only 1 orphan daughter left, and Su Bei had helped out and raised her. What a good person. Su Bei had no choice but to do so. Qing Yuan had stabbed him twice, and he couldn't retaliate. Naturally, he had to think of a way to salvage the situation. Su Yanshao was already 11 years old this year. If she was raised well for 2 years and married into a good family, Su Bei's infamy as a murderer would lessen. After all, who would treat their brother's daughter well and love her as if she was their own daughter after killing their brother? When it came to public opinion, if one manipulated it well, one could turn black into white. It all depended on one's mouth. Qing Yuan smiled helplessly. I can't decide on this matter alone. I need to ask for Mrs. Su's opinion. Su Bei's expression was ugly as he smiled in agreement. Of course. Qing Yuan had mercilessly toyed with Su Bei. This had already made him want to kill him, but he suppressed it in the end. When 2 armies fought, they didn't kill the envoys. The war hadn't officially started yet. If they casually killed the envoys, things would get even more out of hand. Even though Su Bei was fuming, Qing Yuan still came and left in one piece. Before he left, Qing Yuan nodded slightly in a certain direction with a faint smile on his lips. Unlike the perfect and proper expression he had when facing Su Bei, this smile was more sincere and warm. After Qing Yuan left, the tent fell silent. The officials didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of provoking bad luck. In order to ease the atmosphere and regain some face, Su Bei praised Qing Yuan against his will. He sighed. I don't know how Lu Shi managed to recruit so many young talents. That envoy just now wasn't simple. Qing Yuan had pointed at the mulberry tree and scolded the locust tree at the locust tree. He had tried to force him to give his son to a dead person, but he was still magnanimous enough to forgive him. Not only was he not angry, he even praised him. It could be seen how broad-minded he was. Just as Su Bei had thought, his actions had indeed earned him a good impression of him. Han Yu said, Qing Yuan. You remembers where I've heard of him before. Strategists were a bunch of monsters. Their memory was terrifyingly good. Han Yu quickly found the relevant memories. Before Han Yu could speak, Qing Sun took the initiative to confess. The military advisor has an outstanding memory. Qing Yuan is Sun's second brother. Being exposed by others and confessing by oneself were different in sequence, and the results were also different. If it was the former, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of those in power and put them in a passive position. If it was the latter, it would appear that he was magnanimous and would eliminate the Lord's suspicion. Qing Sun was a smart person. He naturally knew what was best for him. Han Yu said, yes, I heard Gong Luo mention it before. Patrol Officer Qing said, my younger brother is insolent and has offended the Lord. Please punish him, Lord. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, he had to take the blame first. In any case, Su Bei wouldn't really vent his anger on him. Gong Luo's younger brother is actually from the Orchid Pavilion. What a coincidence. Su Bei smiled, easing the stagnant and heavy atmosphere. I'm just lamenting the wonders of fate. I have absolutely no intention of blaming Gong Luo. After this incident, Qing Sun had increased his presence and favorability in front of Su Bei. If Su Bei had listened to Qing Sun's advice back then, he wouldn't be in such a passive state right now. How could Qing Yuan's visit be for the sake of greeting or delivering a letter? He was clearly here to collect a debt. He abruptly exposed Su Bei's crime of forcing his brother to his death. Then, he further exposed the fact that his brother's bloodline had ended because of him. The most extreme was to adopt an heir. Asking Su Bei to adopt his own son to his mortal enemy, and the brother that he had personally forced to his death, was simply disgusting. From beginning to end, Qing Yuan maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. However, every word he said was heart-wrenching. Qing Sun almost didn't recognize this younger brother of his. Although they had been apart for many years and his younger brother had grown from a youth with baby fat to a mature and steady youth, but this change was too big. If not for the fact that Qing Yuan's facial features hadn't changed much, Qing Sun might not have recognized him at first glance. Su Bei dismissed everyone, leaving only Han Yu and Qing Sun behind. He said with a bitter expression, I know I shouldn't have disobeyed the two of you. Now that we've reached this point, is there any way to salvage the situation? He had chosen his lord and had to support him even if he had to kneel. Han Yu didn't say anything. He felt that there was no need to think about salvaging the situation. They should just prepare for war and start at any time. Qing Sun, on the other hand, doted on his lord. Su Bei's previous actions made him sad. Now that they were close and trusted each other, he was overjoyed. He completely forgot about their previous disagreements. Sun, I have a plan. It might work. Qing Sun secretly glanced at Han Yu. When he saw that Han Yu didn't look displeased, he mustered up his courage and said, My lord, why don't you write a secret letter to Lu Shi and tell him the pros and cons? If the two families fight, it will only benefit others. There was no need to say who this others was. The three most powerful feudal lords in Dongqing were Jiang Pingji, Huang Song, and Su Bei. Although Yang Tao still occupied half of Zhangzhou, he had already developed his foundation in Nanxing. It was a joy to expand his territory, so he wasn't included. If Su Bei and Lu Shi fought, Huang Song would definitely be happy to see it happen. He might even secretly stab them in the back. Su Bei said, "What Gong Luo means is that I should take the initiative to shake hands with Lanting and make peace." Qing Sun said, "Huang Song has disagreements with her, but my lord is indebted to her. Why don't the two families work together to kill Huang Song first?" Su Bei frowned and said, "I'll try." Han, you didn't think so? If Jiang Pingji really wanted to kill Huang Song first, she would have done so in Sangzhou. She must have thought it through carefully before choosing to make things difficult for Su Bei. Why would she change her mind just because of a secret letter from Su Bei? How was this different from changing orders all the time? He thought that this urgent letter would take at least half a month to reach Jiang Pingji, but in reality, it only took 10 days. It wasn't that the letter was delivered quickly, but that the messenger met Jiang Pingji halfway. She gathered 100,000 troops and led them to the south. When the messenger saw this battle formation, his scalp went numb. Whose letter is it? Jiang Pingji didn't wear her casual clothes for long. After resting for a while, she put on her armor. There was an exquisite black sword in its scabbard at her waist. The origin of this sword was mysterious. The audience in the streaming room had never seen her pull it out. They were curious at first, but they forgot about it after a while. Qiguan Rang fanned himself lightly and smiled. "I believe in Zhao Gong." Feng Jin took over Qiguan Rang's job and managed Chongzhou. He also assisted Sun Wen in managing Beizhou, northern borderline. Before he could be happy for 2 days, he was dragged to the battlefield by Jiang Pingji. "Qiguan Rang, I believe in Zhao Gong." Jiang Pingji had a sour expression on her face. "Su Bei is Su Bei. Why are you calling me male and female?" Qiguan Rang, if he didn't know that his lord had studied in Langyi for 3 years, he would have doubted her education just by hearing these vulgar words. What male and female? These are honorifics. He thought that his lord had learned from Yuanjing and must have a good opinion. He didn't expect her to say such vulgar words. This was his lord. He had to support her even while kneeling. "I definitely can't stand people calling me Lanting Duke." At this time, a bunch of comments floated in the streaming room. "If I don't call you Lanting Duke, should I call you Lanting Mother?" If they weren't separated by dimensions, Jiang Pingji really wanted to beat up this group of idiots. Jiang Pingji opened the secret letter and read 10 lines at a glance. "Hua, Su Bei wants to form an alliance with me and share the world," Qiguan Rang said. "He's asking for peace and stalling for time." Jiang Pingji picked up her brush and wrote a reply in one breath. Her brush moved like a dragon and snake. The letter was very short. There were only a few words. Chapter 1130. I want 100% of the 9 states and 4 seas. After Jiang Pingji finished writing, she took a step back and admired her handwriting. Before she could rejoice, the group of viewers who were not afraid of being beaten by her started to make trouble again. "Lang Yuntian, I'll set up a famous flag for you. I want 99% of the 7 countries." A blue bullet screen was sent, followed by a similar red bullet screen. The viewers from both dimensions looked at each other. It turned out that not only were their dimensions' cultures similar, but even their animations were the same. Mu Xining, streamer, do you want to consider changing your words? The last person who said that died in Qin's dungeon. Xin Yuan Miao Miao, #picknose. I don't think there's a need to change it. Master Han wants 99% of the 7 countries, but Emperor Shi Huang wants 100. If it's really a flag, the streamers should follow Emperor Shi Huang's example and unify the world. I have to say, Master Han, you died a terrible death. The audience loved to use the streaming room as a place to exchange gossip. They could talk about anything. After their complaints, the topic changed from the streamers set up a flag to can the male protagonist of the anime not die? After years of living together, Jiang Pingji had long understood the character of this group of people. She simply treated the bullet screen as air. She did not avoid Qiguan Rang when she wrote, so he could see what was written in the letter. Even though he knew Jiang Pingji's ambition, when he suddenly saw the 8 words, the arrogance and confidence that came rushing at him still slightly surprised him. Lord, an inexplicable emotion welled up, and Qiguan Rang felt something stuck in his throat, making him unable to spit out additional words. What? Are you so shocked that you can't speak? Jiang Pingji laughed. Or do you think I'm too arrogant and arrogant? Qiguan Rang came back to his senses, but he was not in a hurry to explain. Just as Jiang Pingji knew that Qiguan Rang understood her, Qiguan Rang also knew that she understood him and would not easily misunderstand or be angry. I was shocked, but when the shock passed, it made me feel like it was just as I expected. Qiguan Rang frowned deeply and suddenly changed his words. No, it's not enough. My lord's heart seems to be not only focused on the world, but behind it is a broader domain. The world is vast, and the universe is boundless. The so-called 9 provinces and 4 seas may just be a drop in the ocean. Jiang Pingji's eyes were smiling, and her expression was full of deep meaning. If we jump out of this fence, we might really be able to find that place. If there comes a day, I really want to go there again. Qiguan Rang noticed that she was getting more and more mysterious, so he took the initiative to change the topic. One could not blame him for making a fuss over nothing. Since ancient times, how many emperors had been obsessed with longevity and alchemy, yearning for the boundless world of myths and legends? Reality proved that none of them could live forever. Instead, they died earlier than anyone else. Qiguan Rang did not want his lord to lose her mind and foolishly follow the path of her ancestors. Jiang Pingji sensed his intention and laughed involuntarily. She put down the brush in her hand and took out an incense burner to dry the ink. Then, she folded the letter neatly and placed it back into the envelope, summoning the messenger that Su Bei had sent. If Su Bei were to receive this letter, he would fly into a rage. He would be so angry that he wouldn't be able to swallow his food. Jiang Pingji's eyes were filled with mischief. The contents of the letter were the ambition in her heart, but at the same time, it was also a method she used to deliberately provoke Su Bei. The other party eagerly sent a messenger over, trying to turn hostility into friendship. The 2 families were the strongest allies, conquering the world together. In the end, she gave him a tight slap without saying a word. The feudal lords all cared about their reputations. Jiang Pingji's action of slapping them in the face was really unkind. Those who were narrow-minded would be angered to the point of death by her. Qiguan Rang could not help but laugh. Suddenly, he felt some sympathy for Su Bei. Meeting such an opponent, perhaps they had a feud in their previous lives. As long as my lord likes it. Qiguan Rang's tone was calm, but his eyes carried a hint of undisguised helplessness and amusement. She sent someone to deliver the letter to the messenger. Wei Xiai was outside the tent, requesting an audience. Zixiao is even more punctual than the sundial. Qiguan Rang mentally calculated the approximate time. He stood up and smiled. I will take my leave first. He was rather perceptive and tactfully gave the 2 of them some space. Wei Xiai turned to the side and watched Qiguan Rang leave. Their gazes met in the air and they quickly separated. Like a gentle breeze blowing through the green water, after ripples appeared, it quietly returned to a peaceful state. Qiguanrang was wary of Wei Xiai, but he was completely loyal to his lord. For the time being, there was nothing suspicious about him. Zixiao is stalking us again. Jiang Pingji's words had a double meaning. On one hand, she teased him about whether he was jealous of Qiguanrang. On the other hand, she teased him about the timing of feeding her 3 meals. Wei Xiai carried a box of food in his hands. Even though it was tightly covered, one could smell the appetizing aroma of food when they got closer. Wen Zheng is too indulgent towards my lord. I can't be at ease. Wei Xiai put down the box of food and brought out a few steaming hot plates of food. The way to keep in good health is to persevere. If you are always hungry and full, your appetite won't be good when you're older. It will affect your lifespan. Wei Xiai avoided the main point and dwelled on the trivial, avoiding Jiang Pingji's teasing. Cough. How old am I? You're already thinking about how to keep in good health after I'm 70 or 80. Wei Xiai glanced at Jiang Pingji and said mercilessly, my lord is so unrestrained. Even 50 years is in danger. In her previous life, the emperor did not celebrate his 51st birthday in the end. Jiang Pingji felt as if a knife had pierced her heart. She begged for mercy. All right. I'll eat my meals on time, okay? I'll definitely keep you company until I'm 70 or 80. She was shameless, but Wei Xiai was a little embarrassed. He didn't forget to tease her even when he was eating. He was also mentally tired. Little did he know that this was just child's play. There was someone more mentally tired than Wei Xiai. Su Bei stabilized the troops on Qin Gong's side while he anxiously waited for Jiang Pingji's reply. Following Han Yu's suggestion, Su Bei also made a backup plan. If Jiang Pingji was willing to accept the suggestion of forming an alliance to conquer the world, that would be the best. Both sides could conveniently bury the hatchet and turn hostility into friendship. If Jiang Pingji was unwilling to accept this suggestion, both sides were destined to fight. Su Bei also had to make adequate preparations for battle. However, he could afford to wait, but Su Fei could not. Su Fei was a direct descendant of the Su family. He was middle-aged, yet he was forced by his cousin to hang himself and leave no descendants. This was already extremely tragic. They couldn't possibly let his corpse rot in the coffin and not be buried, could they? At this point, another problem arose. A filial son had to throw a basin to be buried. Su Fei's sons were all dead. Where would he get a son? Was he really going to let Su Fei adopt his son? Su Bei was 1,000, 10,000 times unwilling. In the end, he could only choose a compromise. It still disgusted Su Bei to no end. He pinched his nose and welcomed the coffins of Su Fei and the others. With Qin Gong's help, Su Yanshao carefully collected the corpses of her parents and siblings. 2 large and 5 small coffins, 7 coffins. She was the only one left of the large family that had been in constant conflict not long ago. Su Yanshao, who was already thin and dressed in plain hemp clothing, was now so haggard that it was scary. You don't have to worry about me going back. Su Yanshao was Su Fei's only remaining eldest daughter. She definitely could not be absent from the burial of her deceased parents. However, the Su family's land was in Zhe County. If she returned to Zhe County, she would no longer have freedom. Chapter 1131. In ancient times, people matured and became sensible at an early age. At the age of 11, one could already be considered half an adult. Su Yanshao had always been intelligent. At the age of 6, she had been learning how to manage the inner courtyard from her mother. She had seen too much internal strife and intrigue within the inner courtyard. Her mind could not be measured by the standards of an ordinary 11-year-old girl. She knew her situation. Her eldest uncle was the main culprit behind her father's death. Her mother had also been indirectly forced to her death. In short, Su Bei was not only her eldest uncle, but also the enemy who killed her parents. Who would feel at ease letting an enemy take care of them? Su Yanxiao had the same worries. Qin Gong sat upright and looked at the young girl in mourning clothes in front of him. His heart was filled with hesitation. Xan Zhao Gong would not dare to mistreat you. If something were to happen, he would do his best to protect you. Su Yanxiao's pale face showed some mockery. Would he do his best to protect me, the enemy who killed my parents? You are now equivalent to his reputation. How would Xan Zhao Gong dare not protect you? Qin Gong said. If he can't even take care of your father's only daughter properly and something happens to you, not to mention the world, even the Su clan elders will not let him off. Su Yanxiao hung her head. Her exposed hands were so thin that only bones remained. They were like a pair of shriveled chicken claws. How could they still be as slender and smooth as when she played the zither or painted? She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into the flesh of her palms, leaving deep red crescent marks. But Qin Fengjing, Su Yanxiao held it in for a long while before finally speaking the words in her heart. But I'm afraid. Qin Gong did not interrupt. The scene of that day flashed before Su Yanxiao's eyes. Her thin body trembled uncontrollably. She thought she could endure it, but in the dead of night, her nightmare was filled with the sinister smiles of thugs. They surrounded her and her mother, separating them violently. They tore off their clothes as they beat them. Her mother died with her eyes wide open. The corners of her eyes split open due to the force, and the blood that flowed out dried up. She saw the scene of her mother being humiliated through the gaps of the thugs. The thugs did not let her off. She was more desperate in her dream than in reality. She struggled to wake up, but the thugs treated her even more cruelly. In the second half of the dream, the thugs had all turned into murderous ghosts. Each of them had lost their scalps, revealing their bloody skulls. Dirty blood was dripping from their crotches. One by one, they crawled toward Lin Sanju, shouting deadly curses. If not for Su Yanxiao's strong state of mind, she would have been driven mad by the dream. After waking up from the dream, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She even had a frightening thought. Why didn't Qin Gong arrive in time? If they had arrived 2 to 4 hours earlier, all the tragedies could have been prevented. Why didn't he come earlier or later? Why did he have to come after everyone had died? Su Yanxiao's rationality told her that such a thought was too ungrateful, but she couldn't restrain herself. When she regained her senses, she felt that she was like a devil. Her face was even uglier than the concubines in her father's backyard. Qin Gong was silent for a moment, then he said in a low voice, "What is Madame Su afraid of? Can you be honest with me? I've always felt that. I'm afraid that I'm destined to wander from place to place." Su Yanxiao smiled faintly. No matter how well Su Bei treats me, can he treat me better than his own daughter? Although I'm a girl, I know that the world is in chaos. The feudal lords are greedy people. How can they be satisfied with what they have now? If I go to Su Bei's side, how many years can I live in peace? Or a few months? In the end, when the enemy attacks the city, I'll be abducted by thugs. When that time comes, will there be another Qin Fengjing in the world who will arrive in time to save me? Was this the fate of all women in this chaotic world? As a woman, should she accept such a helpless fate? She had no choice but to compromise and break her proud and unyielding character in order to survive in this chaotic world. Finally, Su Yanxiao hesitated, but still asked him. "Why did you arrive late that day?" Qin Gong lowered his head and told her the truth. He didn't rush over that day to save Su Yanxiao. He came for Su Fei's corpse. If not for Heaven's eyes, Su Yanxiao would have been there. He didn't know when he would have found her. I'm asking. Su Yanxiao took a deep breath and enunciated each word clearly. Why did the army arrive at Shanqing so late? Qin Gong's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. I've already said it, he never thought of suspecting Jiang Pingji, much less Su Fei. But Su Yanxiao was different. I want to know why Lu Shi would be so generous to borrow 10,000 troops. Why did he borrow 10,000 troops and arrive at such a coincidental time? If there were too many coincidences, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. 10,000 troops were like cabbages. How could he borrow them just like that? Qin Gong was her father's most loyal official. Why would he switch sides at the last minute? Why did the 10,000 troops rush to Shanqing at such a good time? Su Yanxiao had been busy keeping vigil for her deceased parents. The temporary mourning hall was empty and quiet. She couldn't help but think too much. These doubts were like her nightmares, strangling her in a death grip. Qin Gong didn't hide anything and told her in detail what he knew. In the end, he added dejectedly, I'm sorry. I'm ashamed to have lived up to your trust and nurturing. Su Yanxiao listened and didn't speak for a long time. Lady Su, please be at ease for a while. Stay in Zhe County and quietly wait for good news. Qin Gong seemed a little shy. He looked away and said in a low voice, looking at the situation of the world, my lord and Duke Xinzhao will definitely fight. On the day the army defeats the enemy, I will take you away. Su Yanxiao didn't reply. Qin Gong kept vigil with her for a while, then got up to train the troops and patrol. Because he had to prevent Su Bei from sending troops to attack, he had been very busy. But Qin Gong couldn't stop worrying about Su Yanxiao. In order to take care of both, he could only shorten his sleep and rest time. Just as he left the morning hall, he found Yang Si standing outside. Military Advisor Yang, what are you? Tomorrow is the deadline. Lady Su has to carry the remains of your lord and the others back. Yang Si smiled bitterly. I've admired your lord for a long time, but I can't send your soul off. Since I'm free, I wanted to come over and offer some incense to your lord to express my sincerity. Qin Gong was grateful. His favorable impression of Yang Si climbed to a whole new level. Unbeknownst to him, such kind words were nothing more than pleasantries for a strategist. As soon as Qin Gong left, Yang Si entered the morning hall. The temporarily arranged morning hall was very simple and crude. The air inside was a little stuffy, and it was a little uncomfortable to stay for too long. Yang Si said a few words of comfort to Su Yanxiao. When he was offering incense, Su Yanxiao asked him, how long have you been listening outside? Yang Si said, quite a long time. Su Yanxiao frowned. Don't you know that you shouldn't listen to indecent things? Yang Si said, Lady Su, please take pity on Colonel Qin. Yang Si said, Lady Su, please pity Colonel Qin. What do you mean by that? Su Yanxiao was a little afraid of men. When she saw Yang Si turn to look at her, she subconsciously shrank back a step. Lady Su, do you know why my lord lent 10,000 troops to Colonel Qin? Did Colonel Qin join the lord's camp? Yang Si suddenly smiled faintly and said to Su Fei's coffin, because your lord used Colonel Qin as a bargaining chip to exchange for these 10,000 troops. The journey from Wanzhou to Hu County is so long that even a horse wouldn't be able to make it in time. If he could make it in time that day, the entire army would be exhausted. Su Yanxiao's eyes widened in shock. She was so frightened that she took a step back. Father, actually. Chapter 1132. No matter how smart Su Yanxiao was, she was still young. How could she be Yang Xi's opponent? With just a few words, Yang Xi had already grasped Su Yanxiao's weakness and completely controlled the right to speak. This matter, does he know? Su Yanxiao recalled what she had just said and thought. For a moment, she was ashamed and didn't know what to do. Naturally, Commandant Qin doesn't know. Yang Xi smiled and said, Lady Su, why don't you put yourself in his shoes and think about it? If you were Ling Wengong, would you let Commandant Qin know how he borrowed these 10,000 soldiers? According to Colonel Qin's temperament, if Ling Wengong hadn't schemed against him in secret, how could he have switched sides? Colonel Qin also said that he wished he could imitate his father and brothers and fight to the last drop of blood for his former master, Ling Wengong. The more loyal Qin Gong was, the more sinister Su Fei's schemes were. Whether it was Qin Gong or the Qin Consortium, they didn't owe Su Fei or the Su Consortium anything. His father and brothers had all died in battle, and Qin Gong was unknowingly sold off by Su Fei for a high price in exchange for 10,000 reinforcements. If Su Fei hadn't gone crazy and attacked first, Su Fei's wishful thinking would have succeeded long ago. He would have even brought his entire family to safety. Now that he had fallen to such a state, he couldn't blame anyone. He could only blame himself for not having enough luck even though he had calculated everything. Yang Xi had a sense of propriety. Lieutenant Qin has been extremely benevolent to Lady Su, don't you think so? Su Yanxiao lowered her eyes in disappointment. She looked at the coffins in the morning hall with a blank expression. After a long while, Su Yanxiao asked Yang Xi softly. Will Sir tell him about this? I'm not a talkative person. Why would I publicize this matter? Yang Xi said, however, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. If Commandant Qin found out from somewhere, or if he figured it out himself, who knew? However, by that time, Colonel Qin would have already accepted reality and wouldn't have given up on himself just because his old master had abandoned him. My master, Lu Shi, is very open-minded. Colonel Qin is talented and she will cherish you. Su Yanxiao heard a trace of resentment and contempt from Yang Xi's words. Qin Gong was talented and loyal, which master wouldn't like him? However, Su Fei had lied to Qin Gong and tricked him into going to Wanzhou, using him as a bargaining chip in exchange for 10,000 reinforcements. How could this be called cherishing? Su Yanxiao smiled bitterly and said hesitantly, Thank you, sir. Yang Xi's words perfectly dispelled Su Yanxiao's suspicions. What right did she have to doubt Qin Gong? It was not Qin Gong's own will to switch sides. For the sake of Su Fei's branch, he had lost almost everything and everyone he could. Poor Qin Gong, he was still kept in the dark, and was still brooding over the fact that he was late. Thinking of this, Su Yanxiao could not help but cover her face, as if doing so could lessen the shame in her heart. She didn't notice when Yang Xi left. When she came back to her senses, night had fallen. The cold air blew in through the gap of the curtain, making the morning hall a little more gloomy and terrifying. Su Yanxiao raised her hand and patted her cheeks. She calmed her mind and devoutly burned incense and recited scriptures for her deceased mother. Another half an hour passed. Lady Su. Was this Qin Gong's voice? A trace of panic flashed through Su Yanxiao's heart. She faintly did not know how to face Qin Gong's shame. This shame was not only because of Su Fei's scheme against Qin Gong, but also because she had spoken without thinking and unintentionally hurt Qin Gong. Lady Su. Qin Gong called out again. His voice was a little louder than before, sounding a little anxious. Feng Jing, come in. Su Yanxiao then remembered that because of her previous encounter, she was afraid of men like a tiger. The soldier who brought her food for the first time was seen as a scourge by her. After that, the person who brought her food became Qin Gong. Qin Gong got permission and opened the curtain to come in. He was carrying a food box in his other hand. Su Yanxiao glanced at the sky outside and asked casually, "It's so late." Qin Gong said rather shamefully, "There were many military matters today, so I wasted some time. As a result, the food was a little late." "That's not what I meant." Su Yanxiao lowered her head. Originally, she was just surprised that time passed too quickly. After hearing Qin Gong's words, it seemed like she was complaining that he delivered the food too late. Military matters are more important. How can I ignore official business for personal reasons? This is just a small matter. It's fine to eat later. Although it was delivered late, the food was steaming hot. There were 4 vegetarian dishes and a bowl of mushroom and egg soup. Su Yanxiao did not have much appetite. When she inadvertently saw Qin Gong's concerned gaze, she was startled and tried to finish all the food. Feng Jing. Qin Gong saw that Su Yanxiao had something to say. As he tidied up the food and cutlery, he gestured for her to speak with his eyes. Su Yanxiao asked softly, "Bai Ri, you said that you would come and pick me up after defeating the enemy. Is that true?" Qin Gong was shocked at first, then he said solemnly, "Of course it's true. Even if I have to risk my life, I will protect Lady Su." When Su Yanxiao heard this, she did not feel good. "Your lord is no longer my father. You have to be more careful with your words and actions," she said. "Feng Jing also has to think for yourself." Qin Gong knew that she was concerned about him. He could not help but feel happy. He said, "Even if Lady Su does not say it, I know what to do. My lord is not a narrow-minded person. She will not blame me for this. Lord Wen treated me well. Although my soul has passed away, I still owe him a favor. How can I turn my back on him and disregard the safety of my old lord's descendants? As long as I do not cross her bottom line, my lord will allow it." If the old lord had just died and he flattered the new lord, or even hit the old lord's descendants when they were down, this kind of person would be bitterly disappointed. Su Yanxiao saw that Qin Gong was not affected by her previous words and sighed in relief. With Qin Gong's company, she was not as fearful of the future. On the morning of the second day, the sky had just brightened when the sound of horse hooves came from outside the camp. This was sent by Su Pei to receive the corpses of Su Yanxiao and Su Fei. Su Yanxiao used clean water to wash her face. She was still dressed in mourning clothes. She lifted her hands and hugged the memorial tablets of her deceased parents. In order to show her sincerity, Su Pei even sent an old official to receive her. "Lady Su, please." The old official was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore wide sleeves and a wide belt. He had an elegant demeanor and a clean beard on his face. He had the air of an immortal. Su Yanxiao looked at him expressionlessly. She then shifted her gaze to the carriage. "No, as a daughter, I'm grateful for the kindness of my deceased father and mother. Unfortunately, they have passed away. An unfilial daughter can't do much for them, but I can't skip this journey." She looked at the old official and said, "Please show me filial piety first." Old official Su Pei's expression froze. He tried to dissuade her. "Lady Su, my daughter has already made up her mind. Please fulfill my filial piety." Su Yanxiao wanted to walk step by step to Mountain Barbican City. Chapter 1133. Minister Su Pei revealed a displeased expression, but he couldn't force Su Yanxiao either. If he allowed Su Yanxiao to walk to Mountain Barbican, what would the world say? Not only did he force her entire family to die, he even wanted to mistreat his only daughter. If he didn't allow it, the rumors in the outside world would be even worse. Minister Su Pei scrutinized Su Yanxiao's face. Seeing her resolute gaze, he knew that there was no room for discussion. It's time. Let's go. Su Yanxiao walked at the front of the procession. She held Su Fei's and her mother's tokens in each hand. Her mourning clothes were very loose, and she wore a long and wide white cloth on her head, making her look even more frail. Due to the rules of mourning, she only wore coarse stockings and straw sandals. The road was uneven, and there were gravel everywhere. It had rained last night, so many places were filled with puddles and mud. It was easy to imagine how much suffering Su Yanxiao would have to endure if she insisted on walking. Minister Su Pei saw that she wouldn't come to her senses. He swung his sleeves angrily and spoke with a gloomy expression. Rise! Following the spirit guide's shout, the 7 coffins were lifted one by one. According to the order of seniority, Su Fei's coffin was placed at the front, followed closely by the official wife's coffin. The remaining 5 coffins were arranged according to the seniority of the concubine sons, followed by the 2 concubine daughters. White banners hung high, paper money fluttered in the wind, and the spirit guiding bell rang along the way. Qin Gong rode to a high vantage point and watched the procession until Su Yanxiao's silhouette became a white dot in his vision. Captain Qin, are you worried about the lady's safety? Seeing him return, Yang Si asked with a smile with a worried expression on his face. Qin Gong nodded honestly. I am indeed a little worried. To Su Yanxiao, Su Pei was no longer her uncle. He was the culprit who had forced her father to his death and indirectly caused her mother's death. How could Qin Gong be at ease letting the 11-year-old Su Pei go alone into an environment filled with evil intentions? Yang Si said, Lady Su is still young, but she has a sharp mind. Compared to her, Captain Qin is the more worrying one. Qin Gong's expression froze, and his heart began to pound. To a certain extent, Yang Si represented the new master, Lu Shi. If he was dissatisfied, the new master would not have a good time either. Qin Gong did not know what he had done to annoy Yang Si. He cupped his hands nervously. I'm young and immature. Please give me some pointers. Yang Si saw that his face was pale and he looked frightened. The little bit of bad taste in his heart was greatly satisfied. He helped Qin Gong up. Colonel Qin, what are you doing? I only had a sudden feeling just now, I didn't mean anything else. But when he suddenly said that, it was quite scary. Qin Gong's heart was pounding. He couldn't help but wonder if his actions in recent days had violated Yang Si's taboo. Yang Si smiled and narrowed his eyes. His attitude toward Qin Gong was no different than usual, and it made Qin Gong feel much more at ease. The procession set off in the morning and only arrived at the mountain urn city when the golden crow set in the west and the sky darkened. The current owner of Mountain Urn City was Su Bei. Su Yanxiao slowly walked to the bottom of the city, her eyes coldly looking at the slightly charred city gate. Her mind replayed the scene of the fire she had seen that day when she was fleeing. The charred marks told of the bitter battle that night. Su Bei had waited for an entire day in vain. He had even finished his dinner when he received news of Su Yanxiao's arrival. He suppressed the anger in his heart and once again put on a carefully prepared expression. Dressed in plain white clothes, he sincerely attended Su Fei's funeral. To disgust Su Fei, he had even prepared an incomparably flowery funeral oration. Su Bei cried for a long time, and the officials under the tent also had red eyes. Only Su Yanxiao remained unmoved. It was as if she was watching a monkey show. Uncle, please restrain your grief and accept fate. Don't cry, otherwise father won't be able to rest in peace. Su Yanxiao remained expressionless. She said in a hoarse voice, you and father were deeply in love, but due to the circumstances, you had no choice but to fight among yourselves. After father was defeated, he hung himself in despair. Mother wanted to follow him through life and death, so she passed away first. This is all fate. Uncle, you don't have to be too sad. Su-bei said, I didn't kill Borin, but Borin died because of me. As for the funeral oration, I can't escape blame. As he finished speaking, he burst into tears again. Su-bei played the role of an uncle who grieved over his niece, agreeing to Su Yanxiao's every request. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yanxiao had dug a pit for him at this time. She accompanied Su-bei into the city with a normal expression. From time to time, she would comfort Su-bei and cooperate with his performance. Until, the blood on the ground, previously, their vision had been dim. Now that they had arrived at the brightly lit meeting hall, they realized that there were many faint bloody footprints on the ground. Looking at them, they saw that Su Yanxiao was wearing a pair of tattered straw sandals. Her stockings were covered in blood and mud. Everyone felt pain just by looking at it, but this person looked as if nothing had happened. Su-bei's heart skipped a beat. Su Yanxiao hung her head in shame. Uncle, you are immersed in your pain and have no heart to care about the outside world. Niece also doesn't want to trouble uncle with such a small matter. The candlelight burned brightly. Su-bei felt that he couldn't put down his pride. If he really cared about his niece, how could he not know that she had walked so far barefoot and that her soles were damaged? To put it bluntly, it was just a show. If Su Yanxiao made him feel disgusted, then Jiang Pingji's letter made him so angry that he exploded on the spot. A few days after Su Fei's burial, Su-bei finally received the reply that he had been longing for. Su-bei took the secret letter from the messenger's hands and opened it to read. Beside him, Han Yu and Ching Sun looked at each other. The latter's eyes were filled with doubt, while the former's expression was grave. The time taken for the messenger to make a round trip was too short. Unless the messenger saw Jiang Pingji on the way. Han Yu frowned deeply. He could already foresee the outcome. As expected, Su-bei's anger was much stronger than expected. He slammed his palm on the table, so angry that his shoulders were trembling. Outrageous! Liu Shi's arrogance knows no bounds. Su-bei was so angry that he threw the letter away and flipped the table over. Han Yu picked up the letter and glanced at the contents from the corner of his eyes. I want 100% of the 9 prefectures and 4 seas. Merely 8 words, but they expressed her ambition, arrogance, and unruliness. This was not only her goal, but also her declaration of war against Su-bei. Su-bei's territory was within the borders of the 9 prefectures and 4 seas. She wanted 100%, while Su-bei could only ask for 0%. Su-bei wrote a letter to ask for peace, but she replied with such a letter. It was like a slap in the face. She wants 100% of the 9 prefectures and 4 seas. Since ancient times, how many people have dared to say such words? Isn't she afraid that the wind will cut her tongue? Su-bei's anger did not subside. Ching Sun also came over to read the contents of the letter. He frowned and said, she's just playing to the gallery. Even the ancestors of the previous dynasty would not dare to be so arrogant. Su-bei wanted to share the cake with her, but she wanted to eat the whole cake in one bite. Wasn't she afraid of choking? Han Yu did not say anything. Chapter 1134. Wenbin didn't say anything just now. Do you have other thoughts? Han Yu's eyebrows hadn't relaxed since he left the tent. There were faint wrinkles between his eyebrows. Gong Luo, how do you think our lord is compared to the north borderline? Han Yu filtered the words in his mind over and over again before he asked cautiously. Ching Sun was stunned at first, then he thought of something and his expression turned ugly. Jiang Pingji had even annihilated the northern borderline. No matter how difficult it was to conquer Su-bei, could it be more difficult than the northern borderline? Is Wenbin trying to say that Lord is inferior to Lu Shi? Ching Sun was a master complex. He couldn't stand others saying that his master was not as good as others, even if it was Han Yu who said it. Han Yu shook his head. If he personally admitted that Lu Shi was inferior to his lord, wouldn't Su Bei flip the heavens if he heard this? That's not what I meant, Han Yu explained. Underestimating the enemy is the biggest trouble in using troops. Just like the scene just now, disregarding whether I want 100% of the 9 prefectures and 4 seas, was arrogant or not, in terms of qualifications, Jiang Pingji was more qualified than Su Bei. Those who were stronger than her had the right to say that she was arrogant, but those who were weaker than her should pay full attention instead of looking down on the enemy. Ching Sun said, Wenbin is worrying too much. The Lord can't be compared to the northern borderline at all. Lu Shi may have defeated the northern borderline, but he may not be able to defeat his lord. The northern borderline is a tribe that has yet to undergo barbarism. Although they have brute force, they lack intelligence. Coupled with Lu Shi's cunning, it's not surprising that he was lucky enough to win. Han Yu was a little uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. Ching Sun's opinion of Jiang Pingji was not ordinary. She came from an aristocratic family but mingled with the commoners. He heard that she had all kinds of people under her, the sons of prostitutes, mixed bloods, criminals. Dare he ask, did she have any decent people under her? The only one who caught her eye was Feng Jin. He was talented and virtuous, and his family background and bloodline were both first class. Oh, he had forgotten that there was still his younger brother. Ching Sun could not help but frown at the thought. Why did father allow Qing Yuan to assist Lu Shi? Why didn't he stop him? Ching Sun continued, furthermore, the northern lands lack education. Most of the officials in her tent were rough people, all of them were lowly men of humble birth, the descendants of aristocratic families disdained to be associated with them. Helping the world is an important matter. How can a true hero work with a lowly and immoral person? Ching Sun was a typical supporter of the aristocratic families. He was proud of his bloodline and birth, and disdained the commoners and commoners. The environment he had been living in since he was young had shaped this kind of character. His prejudice towards family status had long been deeply rooted, and it was difficult to remove it. Not only Ching Sun, but many other Saiyans also had the same idea. Although there were no written rules to divide people into different classes, in the current era where the aristocratic families were as solid as a fortress, the invisible social classes had already taken shape, and there was an insurmountable gap between them. Han Yu said, Wenbin's words are biased. If Han Yu wasn't Master Yuanjing's apprentice, but a simple descendant of an aristocratic family, he would agree with Ching Sun. People of the same class were highly similar in terms of thought form and other aspects. However, the teacher Han Yu admired was Master Yuanjing. Master Yuanjing was born in a poor family, but he was recognized by many aristocratic families. Who dared to question his attainments and qualifications as a teacher? Ching Sun saw that Han Yu was a little angry, and then he remembered about Master Yuanjing. What was the difference between criticizing the poor and commoners in front of Han Yu and scolding his father in front of Han Yu? Although Lu Shi is a woman, she is also a feudal lord who ruled over several states. She has 2 horse farms in her territory. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the lord to stop her alone, Han Yu continued. The most important thing now is to dispatch the 3 armies and prepare for war. The confrontation between 2 armies did not depend on who had a better family background and who would get more points. In troubled times, not to mention the aristocratic families, even if a knife was placed on their necks, they would still be beheaded. Su Fei was born in the Su family of Zhe County. If there was a ranking list of his family background, this guy could definitely climb to the top 50 in Dongqing. But what happened? Did his noble family save his life? Not only was he forced to die, but his wife and concubines were also raped by the thugs in front of his corpse. Only one of his children was left. Instead of talking about family background, it was better to say that the winner takes all. The winner was crowned king, and the loser's corpse was left in the wilderness. Ching Sun also took the opportunity to say, "Well, Wenbin is right." They ended the conversation in a hurry. After the two of them separated, Han Yu looked at Ching Sun's back with a complicated expression. He was very sure of Ching Sun's talent and rationality, but his stubbornness about his family background gave him a headache. His lord, Su Pei, had many talented people under his command. They were loyal, intelligent, and courageous. Ever since the establishment of the team, Su Pei had never worried about the lack of talent. On the other hand, if it weren't for the participation of a few experts in the education field and the joint efforts of the Golden Scale Court to become a talent selection market, would she have enough people under her command? Not enough at all. Even now, it was a little hard to make ends meet, let alone in the past. With such a huge difference in the team, how could Jiang Pingji still firmly suppress Su Pei? It wasn't that Han Yu didn't understand, but he tried to persuade Su Pei indirectly, but Su Pei still didn't change. What else could he do? Su Pei valued the aristocratic families and looked down on the talented commoners, making them sit on the bench every day. Even the warmest of hearts would freeze. Thinking of this, Han Yu felt a little irritated for no reason. He simply found something for himself to do, such as inspecting the training of the soldiers in the military camp. As soon as he arrived at the drill ground, he heard a thunderous command. The soldiers followed the command and waved their spears, advancing and retreating in a clean and efficient manner. Captain Xie, Han Yu saw Xie, who was training the soldiers on the drill ground. Xie was a man with sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, and eyes as dark as ink. He was heroic and handsome. At this moment, he was bare-chested, revealing his muscular upper body. He was personally teaching the soldiers how to use the spear to defend against the enemy. Han. Military Counselor Han, Xie withdrew his spear and was about to step forward when a gust of cold wind suddenly blew past him, making him feel a little chilly. He was slightly embarrassed and grabbed a long robe that was piled up at the side, hastily putting it on to cover his muscles. "Why are you here, military counselor?" Han Yu said, "There will be big movements in the next few days. I'm thinking of countermeasures, so I dropped by to see how your training is going." Xie said, "I see." Han Yu looked at the young man in front of him. He was 2 years younger than him, but he was a head taller than him. No wonder he was an elite from the Xies. Han Yu smiled and squinted his eyes, watching Xie train the soldiers. Because of the presence of the military counselor, Xie, who was already strict, became even stricter, causing the soldiers to complain secretly. When the day's training was over, many of them were too tired to get up. "Why are all of you so tired? We've made a fool of ourselves in front of the military counselor. Continue to lie down, 2 more rounds of training." Xie was angry and amused at the same time. A few of the more cunning adjutants smiled and begged for mercy. "The general is mighty. We can't stand it anymore. We'll get up now, we'll get up now." Xie picked up the armor that was scattered on the side and held the helmet in his other hand. He invited Han Yu, military counselor, "You haven't had dinner yet, right? Why don't you stay for a meal?" Chapter 1135. Whether it was a prosperous or chaotic world, talents were the backbone of a force's development. Jiang Pingji's strategists and generals all relied on swindling and swindling. Huang Song relied on his relatives from the Yuan family and Feng Zhu's network of connections. Su Bei's side was no exception. Compared to the disparity in the talent structure of the former two, the latter's source of talent was more singular. Apart from a small number of vassals of the Su family, the rest were all famous scholars of various regions. Very few of them were from poor families. Even if they did, they would most likely end up sitting on the bench. Regardless of whether one was a civil official or a military general, if they wanted to be valued by Su Bei, they needed both talent and family background. On this point, apart from a few, most people, including Su Bei himself, felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Don't be fooled by the fact that Su Bei valued the aristocratic families and despised the poor. His reputation with the outside world was much better than Jiang Pingji's. In order to build up his reputation, he often visited famous scholars from all over the world. He was courteous and thirsty for talent. Now that he had made a name for himself and everyone was praising him, the rest would be easy. Like a blooming flower, the fragrance it emitted attracted countless bees seeking nectar. Only when famous people pledged their allegiance would they take the initiative to visit. After a round of selections, Su Bei's team of civil officials had basically taken shape. Su Bei was a picky person and had a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder. Most of the civil officials were of noble birth, but not all of the military generals were boorish men, right? Hence, Su Bei's team of generals was also an all-star lineup. It was incomparably luxurious. Take Xie Zhe, for example. He was born in the Xia clan, and in terms of family background, he was able to suppress all the military officials and strategists. He was almost comparable to his lord, Su Bei. If this had happened more than 20 years ago, during the golden age of the Gongning Xia family, even Su Bei would have been inferior to him. No matter how one looked at it, Su Bei was someone who knew how to run a business. Of course, knowing how to run a business did not mean success. It wasn't impossible to play the worst possible scenario with the best cards in hand. Counselor, are you not going to eat? Is it because the food in the camp is too coarse? Xie Zhe chewed the vegetables and ate the rice, finishing the 2 big bowls in no time. His movements were neat and tidy, and the plates were even cleaner than his face. He only put down his chopsticks after he was 80% full. Seeing that Han Yu was preoccupied and had no appetite, she couldn't help but show her concern. Han Yu came back to his senses and looked embarrassed. No, I was worried about something else. I was too engrossed in my thoughts. He picked up his chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls. The coarse rice grains were still a little raw, and the cold and hard-dried vegetables made him a little uncomfortable. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Xie Zhe's table was empty except for a bowl of clear soup with egg drops floating on it. Both of them had the same food. Han Yu tasted nothing, while Xie Zhe ate happily. Commandant Xie's eccentricity makes me feel ashamed. Han Yu almost forced himself to finish the food. The more he did so, the more he appreciated Xie Zhe. Xie Zhe wasn't stupid either. He understood immediately. He smiled and said, I'm used to it. The food in the army is not bad. Xie Zhe was of noble birth, but the Xia family was a family of martial arts. Naturally, it was different from other families. In an environment where Confucianism was revered, most of the Xia family's disciples were military strategists, and the books they studied were mostly related to military strategies. Now that the world was in chaos, Xie Zhe had been recommended to Su Pei's camp by a good friend. At such a young age, he was already the #1 general under Su Pei's command. Why were you worried just now, military advisor? Xie Zhe asked. If you don't mind, military advisor can tell me, and we can discuss it together. This matter has something to do with Commandant Xie, Han Yu said. Lu Shi has led his troops to the south and is heading straight for Zhe County, Hu County, and other places. A war is imminent, and it's almost unavoidable. In my opinion, it will be difficult for the Lord to resist Lu Shi's edge with just her forces. The people under the Lord's command also look down on Lu Shi. With such a mentality, I'm afraid they will suffer a great loss. Selfishly, Perhaps they can find an alliance and use it to restrain Lu Shi. Jiang Pingji used alliances to break the deadlock. Naturally, Han Yu could use the same method to make her suffer. 2 against 1 was better than 1 against 1. CSA pondered for a while and asked, "Military advisor, do you want to form an alliance with Huang Song?" The feudal lords around Su Pei were either incompetent or had a grudge against him. Those who were incompetent were mostly swallowed up by Su Pei. Those who had a grudge against him, such as Yang Tao, who had half of Zhangzhou eaten up, were lucky that Su Pei didn't pick up his axe and beat him up. How could he want to form an alliance to fight Jiang Pingji? The only forces that were further away were Huang Song and the Nie family of Zhongzhou. The Nie family was temporarily out of the game and had to clean up their internal affairs. They couldn't join in for the time being. Huang Song was the only one left. Speaking of which, Huang Song had wanted to beat Jiang Pingji up for a long time. Han Yu nodded and said, although the grudge between Lu Shi and Huang Song in Sangzhou and Qinzhou was successfully resolved, the conflict still exists. If it wasn't for the overall situation, the two of them would definitely fight. If something were to happen to the lord, the next feudal lord to be dealt with would certainly be Huang Song. Most of the strategists under his command are clear-headed. They wouldn't be unaware of the severity of the situation. Huang Song and the lord are already in a mutually dependent relationship. After Jiang Pingji got rid of Su Pei, the next one would be Huang Song. If Huang Song helped Su Pei fight Jiang Pingji now, it would be 2 against 1. The chances of winning were high. If she waited until she dealt with Su Pei, Huang Song would be helpless. Out of consideration for their own interests, the possibility of Su Pei and Huang Song forming an alliance was not low. CSA said, logically speaking, it's feasible. However, Huang Song is a treacherous person. He might not agree. To him, it's better to learn from the fishermen and wait until the lord and Lu Shi are evenly matched. Then, he'll look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In that case, it would be more worthwhile to severely injure 2 opponents at once. Han Yu knitted his brows with a heavy heart. CSA smiled and said, the military counselor is very afraid of Lu Shi. The civil and military officials under Su Pei looked down on Jiang Pingji's grassroots team, but Han Yu's style was different from the others. I had some interactions with Lu Shi when I was young. That person can't be judged by common sense. At this point, Han Yu paused and didn't continue. No matter how far away Jiang Pingji was, whenever Han Yu thought of her, he would think of the foot-washing water that flowed upstream. F***CK. F***CK. One day, he would feed her back. CSA echoed, sigh, underestimating the enemy in battle is a big taboo. The military counselor's worries aren't without reason. Jiang Pingji knew nothing about this. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid. War wasn't a turn-based game where one's family background was the highest. Whichever family had a higher score would win. If that was the case, would there still be a day for the poor in this world? Jiang Pingji was in a meeting. Know yourself and know your enemy to win 100 battles. It was necessary to do homework before going to war. In order to boost morale, everyone liked to analyze the enemy while trampling them to the ground. Strategically, they despised the enemy. Tactically, they valued the enemy. The analysis started with Su Pei. Then, they picked out the more famous civil and military officials. Needless to say, Han Yu was an old acquaintance. Wei Ci was his classmate. He even knew how old Wei Ci was, let alone the others. Qing Sun, who had been active in the public eye recently, was Qing Yuan's elder brother. It wasn't difficult to find him either. As for the other famous scholars of virtue and prestige, their deeds before Su Bei became an official were also investigated. Chapter 1136. When she was done, she picked out the more famous generals under Su Pei's banner and analyzed them all. CSA. Jiang Pingji read out a name. There aren't many with the surname Xia in Dongqing with a good background. Because of Su Pei's obsessive-compulsive disorder, the people under his banner were all from good families. CSA was one of the top 3 generals under Su Pei's banner, so his family background was definitely not low. Yang Si and Su Pei had been in contact for 2 years and had a basic understanding of each other's power, but there was not much information about CSA. Wei Ci glanced at Li Yun, who was baffled by his stare. CSA. If I remember correctly, this person is from the Desolate Xia family. Hearing the words Desolate Xia family, Li Yun could not help but perk up his ears. That was the family that raised his father, Xia Qian. Jiang Pingji glanced at the booklet in her hands. According to the information, Xia Zhe was indeed related to the Desolate Xia family. It should be. Because of Li Yun, Jiang Pingji had also learned about the Desolate Xia family, but that was a few years ago. According to Lu Shi, something happened more than 20 years ago. The Desolate Xia family and the Langyuang family faded out of the public eye at almost the same time. From that time on, the two families slowly recalled their sons who held important positions in the court, leaving only a few idle positions. I haven't seen the Desolate Xia family in a long time. I didn't expect them to support Su Pei in secret, Jiang Pingji pouted, deeply doubting Lu Shi's judgment of the Desolate Xia family. She was the one with the potential, but now she was relying on the opposing family. There must be an inside story, Wei Ci said with a smile. Wei Ci said with a smile. The biggest cheat he had in his rebirth was probably knowing the gossip of various families. If I remember correctly, Xia Zhe and Duke Xinzhao are brothers-in-law. Since he became an official, Duke Xinzhao is most likely related by marriage. Rather than helping an outsider, why not help one's own relatives? Brother-in-law. Jiang Pingji was surprised. Wei Ci said, Su Pei's wife was born in the Desolate Xia family. She is the eldest daughter, and her younger sister was betrothed to Xia Zhe. Therefore, they are brothers-in-law. Many unforeseen events had happened in this life, causing many things to be different from the previous life, but most interpersonal relationships had not changed. Jiang Pingji said, I see. Wei Ci continued, speaking of which, this Xia Zhe and Han Mei are somewhat related. Li Yun, who was called out, was dumbfounded. The surprise of life is to suddenly have a relative. The atmosphere at the scene was so relaxed that it didn't seem like a pre-war analysis meeting, but more like a gossip exchange. Everyone listened with great interest. Li Yun's identity wasn't a secret, but he wouldn't go around announcing it. Therefore, many people didn't know about it. Who would have thought that the poor lad Li Yun, who everyone saw as an inspiration, was actually a tall, rich, and handsome man? Han Mei's father, Xia Qian, was the eldest son of the Xia family. Now, the leader of the Xia family is Xia Qian's younger legitimate brother and Xia Zhe is the leader's legitimate son. In terms of seniority, Han Mei is his cousin. Wei Ci said, the leader of the Xia family has 5 sons and 3 daughters. Xia Zhe is ranked 5th. Everyone was astonished. Their gazes towards Li Yun became even more passionate. If that's the case, if Uncle Xia Qian hadn't died that year, our Han Mei would have been the rightful successor to the Xia clan's patriarch. Dian Yan teased as he patted Li Yun's shoulder. Jiang Pingji also chimed in. Adding on the flaw of his family background, wasn't Li Yun the Prince Charming of the Livestream room's viewers' dreams? Li Yun said embarrassedly, I'm afraid that what happened that year is a hurdle in my father's heart. This matter shouldn't be mentioned. Why was Xia Qian removed from the Xia family? Li Yun was well aware of the reason. It was all the fault of the evildoer who possessed his mother's body. That year, Xie Qian brought Li Yun and Wang Huijun to Hejin County to seek an audience with Master Qin, hoping to produce an evildoer who would take over the nest of the magpies. Unexpectedly, the evildoer discovered it one step ahead and acted first, attempting to silence Xie Qian. After the incident, she produced irrefutable evidence to falsely accuse Xie Qian of killing his wife and absconding. On the other hand, he climbed onto the throne of Dongqing's emperor. The Xie family was forced to hand over Xie Qian. At first, the Xie family supported Xie Qian with all their might. They searched for Xie Qian while contending with the Dongqing royal family. However, the woman from another world had many tricks up her sleeves. She relied on the items given by the system to set up several immortal traps. The Xie family could escape once, but they couldn't escape a second time. In the end, in order to clean up the mess, they could only take a step back and remove Xie Qian from the family. The Wang family, on the other hand, felt deeply ashamed. The most honorable lady of the Wang family was actually willing to become the concubine of the descendant of a cart driver. How shameful! In the eyes of the Wang family of Langya, the ancestors of the Dongqing royal family were cart drivers. Even if they sat on the throne and wore the dragon robes, they were still cart drivers who couldn't be seen in public. The woman from another world happily climbed onto the throne and entered the palace. Her methods of flattering and seducing the master were all heard by the families of Dongqing. She was full of tricks. It was even more exciting than pornographic novels. The noble lady of the Wang family, one of the twin beauties, actually took off her clothes and danced for the emperor in front of the palace maids. She took the initiative to use her mouth and hands to relieve the emperor and said those filthy words. The Wang family was deeply embarrassed. They could only choose to retire and use time to forget the shameful Wang Huiyun. They had no choice but to retire. They couldn't let others misunderstand the Wang family's upbringing and that they could only produce playthings comparable to prostitutes. There were 4 noble families in Dongqing: the Feng family of Xiangyang, the Wang family of Langya, the Xia family of Ganning, and the Meng family of Zhangzhou. Among the 4 families, the Feng family, the Wang family, and the Xia family had the longest history. The Wang family couldn't stand this kind of grievance. It was too shameful. Wang Huiyun was shameless, but the other ladies of the Wang family were. Since Li Yun had said so, the others naturally wouldn't pursue the matter to the end. At most, they gave him a smile that could only be understood but not expressed in words. The following gossip meeting. The pre-war analysis meeting basically centered around Wei Ci. None of the intelligence gathered was as detailed as he was. When it came to the relationships between the families, their temperaments, and their experiences, he knew everything that was written in the intelligence, and he knew everything that was not written in the intelligence. It was really an encyclopedia. Not only were the generals and officials listening with relish, but the audience was also listening happily. There was even an audience member who said, "If Beauty Ci was in our world, the #1 paparazzi wouldn't be a match for him." Jiang Pengji inadvertently glanced at him and secretly felt sorry for him. After the meeting, she turned off the streaming room and secretly asked Wei Ci, "How do you know so much?" Wei Ci paused suspiciously. "My lord, do you dislike me for being talkative?" He was so clear about the family affairs, and it spanned across the 5 countries. He didn't wait for Jiang Pingji to speak and said, "It's just that I was too free in the past. It's more convenient to deal with the situation of the families." The male emperor had the Empress to help him deal with the trivial matters between the officials and the noblewomen, but it was a little awkward for the Empress. Wei Ci dealt with these trivial matters in secret, and then passed the memorial to His Majesty. Chapter 1137. Seeing that there was no one around, Jiang Pingji deliberately lowered her voice and teased him with a smile. With such a virtuous husband, what more can I ask for? Suddenly, the heat climbed from Wei Si's collarbone to his ears, making him embarrassed and unnatural. Jiang Pingji loved to see Wei Si's embarrassed look. Every time she saw it, her mood would be better. She stopped while she was ahead and changed the topic with a smile. It's a pity for Hanmei. If it wasn't for the evildoer, maybe he'd be the real god's favored one now. He was a winner in life, but he was ruined by a girl from another world who didn't know what to do. Xie Qian was pitiful, Li Yun was pitiful, and the real Wang Huiyun was even more wronged than Do Yi. Jiang Pingji had seen the rubbing of Wang Huiyun's manuscript. In terms of talent, even the famous people of the time were inferior to her. Maybe after a few hundred years, she could still be a talented woman praised by the people of the future. Now, probably only that suspected talented slut was left. She cheated on her marriage for no reason, cruelly attempted to kill her husband and son, went crazy and seduced the 3 brothers of the royal family, followed the eldest brother, then the second brother who usurped the throne, and finally had sex with the 3rd brother, Prince Changsho. She was willing to become a concubine even if she fell out with her family. The future generations wanted to adapt her story into a television series, but they couldn't even clear her name. Jiang Pingji didn't know whether to say that the woman from another world was brainless or that the system was too disgusting. The model couple who loved each other were not only separated by life and death, but the family of 3 also fell apart. If the same thing happened to her, she would make the woman from another world pay no matter how poor she was. She was feeling sorry for Li Yun's family, but Wei Si's words stunned her. Evildoer? What evildoer? He looked puzzled. Jiang Pingji then realized that Wei Si still didn't know about the woman from another world. She frowned and generously shared the gossip with Wei Si. She also wanted to know if the system was involved in Wei Si's life. She didn't know why, but she felt that something was wrong, like a puzzle that was missing a few important pieces. Hanmei's mother, Wang Huiyun, was possessed by an unknown evildoer when she gave birth. Xie Qian noticed that the person next to him had changed her mind and was trying to use Master Liaochen to get rid of the demon. However, the evildoer was quite capable. He had noticed the news one step ahead and made the first move to ambush Xie Qian and the monk, Han Mei, who was still in swaddling clothes. Xie Qian was lucky enough to escape, but unfortunately, he lost his memory. He and Han Mei ended up stranded in Wanzhou. The evildoer used Wang Huiyun's body to serve 2 sovereigns and 1 king, giving birth to a son and a daughter. His son is the 4th prince of Dongqing, Wuma Jun. His daughter is Lu Huan, who was adopted by my father. After that, the evildoer hooked up with the emperor of Zhongzhou. She gave up her position as the imperial concubine and went to Zhongzhou to repeat the same trick. She took over the body of the eldest daughter of the Du family and entered the palace to become the empress. Oh, that's right, she also wrote the famous 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. This piece of gossip made Wei Si dumbfounded on the spot. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji had closed the streaming room in advance. Otherwise, Wei Si's blank and stunned expression would have been seen by other fairies. After a long while, Wei Si regained his senses. What about being possessed by a demon? He could be reborn from the future and return to his youth. Such a strange thing had already happened, not to mention being possessed by a demon. Wei Si carefully recalled the information related to Li Yun and said with certainty, as far as I know, there are no traces of this evildoer. Come to think of it, there is really a hand called fate in the unseen world, pushing everything. How can it be so easy to change fate? Jiang Pingji acutely sensed that something was wrong. Zixiao, you mean, even if there was no evildoer, Han Mei's fate would not change? Without the intervention of the evildoer, logically speaking, Li Yun should be the legitimate Zongzi of the Xia family. Indeed, as far as I know, Han Mei has always been Li Yun and not Xia Yun. Wei Ci nodded, confirming Jiang Pingji's guess. This matter has to start from Han Mei's previous generation. Although there was no evildoer causing trouble, Xia Qian and his wife's lives were equally rough. In Wei Ci's previous life, there was no interference from the woman from another world or the system. The aristocratic families were still prosperous, but the Dongqing royal family was similarly rotten to the core. What was the tradition of the Dongqing royal family? There were only things that others could not think of, and there was nothing that they did not dare to do. Killing brothers, seizing sister-in-law, tarnishing the official's wife, humiliating the concubine's mother. How could it be summed up with the word chaos? However, the emperor only dared to bully the officials of humble origins. In the face of the imperial power, how could the commoners of humble families resist? Even if they tarnished their wives, they could not cause a ruckus. One year, during the general assessment, Prince Changshu sponsored an assembly. Xie Qian and his wife happened to be in Shangjing, and they also received an invitation. Coincidentally, the emperor was also dressed in a white dragonfish suit. At the assembly, he fell in love with the beautiful Wang Huiyun at first sight. Since then, he could not eat or drink, tossing and turning restlessly in bed. However, Xie Qian and his wife's backing was too strong. Even the emperor did not dare to touch them casually. In order to gain the emperor's favor, a eunuch by the emperor's side secretly gave him a rotten idea. Organize a hunting activity, use the hunting to send Xie Qian away, and then let the noblewomen of the royal family trick Wang Huiyun and make her submit. The emperor thought that Wang Huiyun would not dare to make a fuss for the sake of the family's reputation and would swallow this grievance in silence. Unexpectedly, she was extremely ambitious. The emperor accidentally killed Wang Huiyun. When Xie Qian realized the truth, he lost his rationality and set up an ambush in the hunting ground to kill the emperor. Although the aftermath was done well, it was hard to guarantee that the truth would not be exposed. In order not to implicate the family, he could only pretend to fall off a cliff with his son and fake his death to hide in the forest. After the emperor's death, he was conferred the title of Emperor Yang of Qing. Emperor Yang's second brother, Prince Gongshan of Hejian, killed his eldest nephew and usurped the throne. The Xia family and the Wang family contributed greatly to the destruction of the Dongqing royal family. Although the time-traveling woman interfered, the fate of Xie Qian's family was not much different from the previous life. If not, Wei Ci would have noticed the difference between Li Yun and the previous life. It's not easy for Xie Qian. After hearing Wei Ci's words, Jiang Pingji felt a little more sympathy for Xie Qian. Where is the demon that my lord mentioned hiding now? Jiang Pingji laughed involuntarily and asked, "Why are you asking this? Are you going to run off to get rid of the demon?" Wei Ci nodded honestly and said, "I know a little about Xianshu. Although I can't compare to Master Liaochen or Zhenren Liuru. But, Jiang Pingji imagined the scene of Wei Ci carrying a peachwood sword and holding a talisman to catch the demon. She suddenly laughed out loud. "Zixiao, you'd better be my strategist. That demon has been killed by me long ago. Is it your turn to save the damsel in distress?" Jiang Pingji did not know the level of Wei Ci's Xianshu, but he did not even notice the abnormality of the yin and yang jade pendant. If he met the time-traveling woman, not to mention getting rid of the demon, he might have been pressed to the ground by the demon and lost his chastity. She could cook the frog in her house. Others could not even think about it, let alone touch it. Wei Ci looked embarrassed and looked at Jiang Pingji with hidden bitterness. After a while, Jiang Pingji looked like a curious baby and asked him, "Is there really Xianshu in this world?" She believed in science, but she was also quite interested in ghosts and gods. "Of course there is." Wei Ci saw through her thoughts and added, "It exists if you believe it, it doesn't exist if you don't." Chapter 1138. Please read it, my lord. After flirting with Wei Ci, she still had to do what she had to do. In ancient times, wars were fought with a good reason. In layman's terms, there had to be a legitimate reason to start a war. With a reason, the officials had to announce it to the world. Jiang Pengji handed the matter of the declaration to Qiguan Rang and became a hands-off boss. It was fine for her to speak in the vernacular, but it was difficult for her to write in classical Chinese. The literati of ancient times did not use vulgarities when they scolded others. They had to scold in a refined and reserved manner, yet they had to scold to their heart's content. Qiguan Rang did not disappoint her. This declaration seemed to explode in a small universe, and it was written extremely viciously. The entire declaration had more than 1,000 words. Every word was painful, and every sentence was heart-wrenching. Every piece of incriminating information had concrete evidence. From the crime to the accusation, no one could refute it. The viciousness made it seem as if it wanted to dig out the graves of 18 generations of people's ancestors. It made one want to vomit blood. Jiang Pingji liked it. Jiang Pingji was very satisfied. The audience in the streaming room ate melons while watching By the Master in the streaming room. After reading it, everyone expressed that the declaration seemed very ordinary. Yida Chugum, although I like Qiguan Rang very much, this declaration is really ordinary. At least I won't be angry when I read it. Xingxing Kai Hong Tang, I second the comment above. He won't be beaten up by Qiguan Rang's fans, will he? Snoopy, the literary talent of the declaration is worthy of recognition, but the content. I don't think it will anger Su Bei. Streamer, you need a Chin Linda. It was said that Chin Linda's declaration made old Chow break out in a cold sweat after reading it. His head was so swollen that it stopped hurting. The audience expressed that they were not affected at all. Even a 10-year-old kid on their side could win this level of scolding. Liu Siji Lianming, consider the context of the era. Do you think Qiguan Rang and the rest scolded people continuously, cursing the other party's parents and 18 generations of ancestors? For example, NMB, CNMB, WCNMB. The level of the declaration was already ruthless enough. The audience in the streaming room lived in an era of information explosion. The internet was a virtual platform. People could vent their inner darkness to their heart's content, cursing other people's female relatives for no reason. In ancient times, there were naturally people who were full of vulgarities. However, for scholars like Qiguan Rang, who had been well-read since young, it was probably more difficult for them to open their mouths and say "motherf asterisk her" than for the streamer to unify Jojo. If this declaration of war is issued, Su Bei will definitely bear a grudge against Wenjing. Jiang Pingji teased him with a smile, but Qiguan Rang did not budge. So be it. As long as his lord didn't lose, he didn't need to be afraid of how many people would hate him. Alright, use this declaration of war and send it out, Jiang Pingji said. I can already imagine Su Bei's ashen face and the look on his face as he vomits blood. Qiguan Rang bowed and said, yes. Once the declaration was announced to the world, Su Bei quickly received the news. Su Bei's reaction was more intense than Jiang Pingji had imagined. He was so angry that his chest rose and fell rapidly, as if he would stop breathing at any moment. Lanting, did Lu Shi really say that? Su Bei extended his finger and pointed to the north. He looked as if he had suffered a great blow. Not only was his face ashen with anger, but even his breathing was labored. The declaration of war has already been sent out. I'm afraid it won't be long before all the feudal lords know about it. Han Yu mercilessly stated the truth. Su Bei choked on his words. He was so angry that he wanted to slap the table to vent his anger, but his years of upbringing allowed him to restrain himself. Who didn't know how to send a declaration of war? If Lu Shi dared to make the first move, don't blame him for retaliating. His subordinates had never lost a battle of insults. Don't be fooled by Su Bei's tendency to value the aristocratic families and despise the poor. He didn't blindly value them. At least the aristocratic families that he valued had real capabilities. For example, the officials in his tent were all famous scholars who had made it onto the annual evaluation list. In terms of overall literary talent, Jiang Pingji's side was really not up to par. While preparing for a counterattack through public opinion, she also plotted to regain her dignity. The declaration of war had already been sent out. The arrow on the bowstring had to be fired. This battle had to be fought even if they didn't want to. Su Bei asked, Lu Shi's 10,000 vanguard troops are still stationed outside Shanwu City, right? Han Yu replied, yes. Find a reason to take it down. How can we allow the enemy to linger on the side of our bed? The 10,000 elites under Lu Shi's command are comparable to an ordinary army of 30,000. If we allow them to train outside Shanwu City, I don't know how the world will ridicule me. It's better to eradicate them and give Lu Shi some warning. Su Bei said angrily. At this moment, he made a decision in a very straightforward manner. There was no trace of his usual hesitation. Han Yu replied, yes. Even if they allowed the enemy's elites to linger on their own territory, they couldn't do it this way. Qin Gong and Su Bei had a grudge against each other for murdering their master. That fellow would definitely find an opportunity to avenge Su Fei. If this vanguard troop was eliminated, it could suppress Jiang Pingji's morale and boost the morale of the army. Secondly, it could give Jiang Pingji a little warning. If there was only Qin Gong, Su Bei's plan would have a high chance of success. The 10,000 elites might have been swallowed up. However, besides Qin Gong, there was also Yang Si who assisted him in the vanguard. Yang Si was not an outsider. He had interacted with Su Bei for 2 years. How could he not know Su Bei's character? When he saw the declaration of war, he slapped his thigh. He scolded, what a good Qiguan Wenjing. You scolded to your heart's content. But it's hard on these old bones of mine. Qin Gong was shocked by him. His face was full of confusion. Qing Yuan asked, what is the meaning of this, military counselor? Yang Si replied, Su Bei is the most petty person. Wenjing used the declaration of war to scold him. He can't find trouble with the Lord, so why not use us as an example? If nothing goes wrong, there will be movements in Shanqing after dark in the next 2 days. They will ambush our camp. This is not a place to stay for long. Based on his understanding of Su Bei, this troublemaker was usually as indecisive as a young lady. When he was agitated, he was especially decisive. The situation was tense. It was better to retreat first. If it was a small-scale battle, 10,000 elites would definitely be enough. However, when they had rushed to support Su Fei, the army had not brought any extra military equipment other than rations and other necessities. Without siege equipment, they would not be able to cause much damage to Shanqing. Instead, they would lose their lives. A real man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would strategically retreat. Yang Si thought for a moment and decided to retreat. The Lord's army is not far from Hu County. If we retreat now, we can rendezvous with them. Qin Gong was speechless. At this moment, Yang Si was exceptionally glad that his lord valued the delivery of intelligence. If this declaration of war had been sent 2 days later, they would not even know how they were killed by Su Bei's schemes. If we retreat now, we will definitely alert Shanqing and cause them to pursue us. Qin Gong frowned and suggested, "Why don't we wait for the sky to turn dark and leave the tents and bonfires as they are? Then, we can lead the soldiers and retreat slowly. By the time they discover us, we will have already retreated far away." As Yang Si expected, Su Bei gathered his troops and prepared for a night attack. However, they pounced on empty air. By the time the army arrived, there was not even a shadow left, let alone a human figure. Yang Jing Rong. Su Bei's first reaction was to think of Yang Si. Instantly, he felt a toothache. Did he smear oil on the soles of his feet? Chapter 1139. Xie looked at the gloomy Su Bei and volunteered himself. "My lord, judging by the time, they haven't gone far. Do you want me to lead some men to chase after them?" Su Bei suppressed the anger in his chest. He didn't show any extreme reactions on the surface, but in his heart, he had already criticized Yang Si countless times. "Of course we have to chase after them. Once we catch up, we will kill them without mercy." Su Bei recalled the order he had read during the day and his heart ached even more. He couldn't make an example of Jiang Pingji or Qiguan Rang, but he could use Yang Si and his men to repay some of the interest. Hu County was considered his home ground. If he allowed a few outsiders to do as they pleased in his territory, would he still have any face left? Xie replied, "Yes, my lord." He was about to leave when Han Yu, who had accompanied him, said, "Officer Xie, please wait. You aren't familiar with the terrain here. Let me go with you." Although the terrain of Hu County was flat, the mountain range near Shanqing was complex and rugged. It was the best place for an ambush. Xie wasn't familiar with the terrain near Shanqing. If he chased after them rashly, he was afraid that he would be fooled by Yang Si. Han Yu's actions made Xie feel grateful. He looked at him with a joyful expression. "Thank you, military advisor." Xie and Han Yu led the troops in pursuit. Without a professional scapegoat, the officials under Su Bei's command didn't dare to go against the wind for fear of angering their lord. Everyone was silent. Su Bei looked at the burning campfire in the enemy's camp. The anger in his heart grew. "Burn it, burn it. It's an eyesore." Su Bei ordered his men to burn down the camp. Watching the fire burn, the anger in his heart dissipated a little. Unbeknownst to him, the fire spread up to the sky. It was as if an orange sun was about to rise from the horizon. In the distance, with his strong eyesight, Qin Gong faintly saw a red glow in the direction of the original camp. He admired Yang Si even more. "Military advisor, look. Our camp is on fire. That bastard Su Bei has really flown into a rage out of humiliation." Qin Gong reminded Yang Si. Yang Si's reaction was very lively. "Ha ha ha. If it wasn't for this reaction, he wouldn't be Su Bei." In the eyes of the enemy, Yang Si's reaction was extremely annoying, but in the eyes of his teammates, it was cute, lively, and humorous. Qin Gong imagined Su Bei stomping his feet in anger. His mood was extremely good, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When Qing Yuan saw that the two of them were so happy, he could not help but pour a bucket of cold water on them. According to the military advisor, Su Bei is a narrow-minded person. Not only did he burn down the tents to vent his anger, he will definitely send troops to chase after us. Qing Yuan frowned and worried. They took advantage of the night to leave. In order not to expose their tracks, they did not even dare to light a torch on the way. Although the soldiers were strong, the mountain road was rugged and difficult to traverse. There were no torches to illuminate the way, so the speed of the army was greatly hindered. On the other hand, Su Bei's pursuers did not have to worry about this. Their speed of pursuit was definitely faster than theirs. In less than 4 to 6 hours, he would definitely be able to catch up to them. Yang Si replied, "Of course Su Bei would send troops to pursue us. If he didn't do so, would he be the narrow-minded Su Bei?" Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, Yang Si spared no effort in defaming Su Bei. Qing Yuan's eyelids were half-lidded. He asked him coldly, "Since the military advisor has already predicted this, I'm sure you have a countermeasure." Yang Si replied, "What is real is fake, and what is fake is real." Jiangpingji strategists all had different temperaments. Putting aside Wei Ci, Feng Jin, and the others, Yang Si was considered to be easier to get along with among them. Occasionally, they could joke around. "Forgive me for being slow-witted, I don't understand the military advisor's meaning." In other words, Qing Yuan's words meant, "Speak human language, don't pretend." Yang Si rode on the horse's back, leisurely holding onto the reins. His body seemed to have no bones as it jolted along with the horse. Although we don't know who is leading the troops in pursuit, that person's understanding of the terrain around Shanwu City is certainly not as clear as our field officer Qin. Yang Si said with absolute certainty, "Now that the sky is dark, there is no blockade in front of us, but they have to guard against our ambush." Qing Yuan suddenly understood. Does the military advisor mean to deliberately mislead us and use this to delay time? Yang Si replied, "Not only this, but we can also test out who is pursuing us." Qin Gong listened attentively at the side. When he heard this, he could not help but interrupt and ask. "Test out who is pursuing us? Can you even test out this?" The night was dark and visibility was too low. They did not light torches to illuminate, so the scouts could not find out who the enemy's general was. "Yes," Yang Si said, "after a few tests, we most likely have an idea. If it is an ordinary person, the deliberate misdirection will naturally play a big role, and we can take the opportunity to ambush them. If it is someone like Han Yu, we can at most deceive him for a while, not to mention setting up an ambush." In other words, they could judge whether the opponent's leader was difficult to deal with based on the enemy's reaction speed. Yang Si sighed, "Si and Wenbin have been dealing with each other for several years, and we know each other very well. If he chases us, I'm afraid it will be a tough battle." Qin Gong said, "The military advisor will certainly not lose to him." Yang Si smiled cheekily, "That's natural. Han Wenbin is still too much of a gentleman. Naturally, he will not be able to defeat Si." After hearing this, Qin Gong and Qing Yuan fell into a strange silence. Didn't Yang Si's words mean that he was even more shameless than Han Yu? Qin Gong was very familiar with the terrain around the Barbican. After all, he had led the soldiers under his command to train in these places. In order to prevent the enemy from being one step ahead of them, Qin Gong also carefully selected a route that was suitable for an ambush, but without taking a shortcut. This night was destined to be thrilling. It is indeed Yang Jingrong's doing. She is very good at hiding the truth. With the light of the torch, Han Yu could barely see the surrounding terrain. It was a col, narrow on the outside and wide on the inside, which was very suitable for an ambush. Han Yu dared not gamble with the lives of his soldiers, so he could only send someone to investigate. The scouts reported that there were traces of an ambush near the colonel. If the scouts didn't find anything, Han Yu would have been a little worried. But when they said that they found shadows of people lying in ambush, he was not worried anymore. Military advisor Han, is there an ambush on the other side of the call, an ambush? Before Xie could finish, Han Yu said with certainty, I'm afraid not. If it was someone else, this call was indeed a good place to set up an ambush, but Yang Si was different. He liked to do things in the opposite direction. In places that others thought were impossible to set up an ambush, he liked to play some tricks to catch people off guard. Xie frowned. He ordered the army to temporarily rest and reorganize while he sent someone into the call to test the situation. Just as Han Yu had guessed, the shadows that the scouts found were only the maze that Yang Si had set up. Although there were traces of an ambush on both sides of the call, there were actually no soldiers lying in ambush. There were only piles of stones and withered branches and weeds. Under the cover of the night, it was extremely difficult to tell whether it was a human or something else. The shadows were very good at fooling people. At least the scouts were fooled. Han Yu frowned and said in a low voice, "Continue to chase. If we don't catch up with them by dawn, the army can prepare to return." CSA was in a dilemma. If so, the Lord, Han Yu said, "It's okay. I will explain everything to the Lord." The night was dark. Yang Si didn't dare to light an open fire, so the marching speed was greatly reduced. Once the sun rose, they would be able to see clearly. Wouldn't they be able to run fast? Chapter 1140. Military Advisor Han. It's less than an hour before daybreak. Xia Zhe looked at Han Yu with a serious expression. His sword-like eyebrows were tightly knitted together. Throughout the night, the closest distance between them and the enemy was less than a quarter of an hour's walk. However, the enemy was cunning and they managed to widen the gap. The enemy seemed to have calculated everything and always escaped at the most critical moment. They were right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't catch them. As Yang Si said, Han Yu was too much of a gentleman. He was at a disadvantage when he met a guy like Yang Si who faced the wind head-on. Not only was his positioning a mystery, but his maneuvering was also breathtaking. Less than an hour. Han Yu looked up at the night sky and blinked his dry eyes. He only felt better when he forced tears out of his eyes. It was a big burden for Han Yu to stay up all night and follow the army to chase after the enemy. CSA said, they should be able to reach the border of Sichuan Plain before daybreak. The night sky was much lighter and the visibility was much higher than before. It was less difficult to travel. Sichuan Plain. CSA sighed. We miscalculated this time. We shouldn't have waited until nightfall to launch a sneak attack. Han Yu said helplessly, Lu Shi's troops are not the same as ordinary elites. If we had chosen to fight face to face, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill 10,000 people, but it would have been a great loss. How could the Lord agree to a deal that involves sacrificing 800 men to kill 1,000 of the enemy? Han Yu hadn't seen the combat strength of Jiang Pingji's elite troops, but according to his analysis, they were definitely the best in the world. If Jiang Pingji didn't have such confidence, she wouldn't have dared to attack Su Bei after tearing apart the Mangs and the northern borderline. Releasing the dragon into the sea and the tiger back to the mountain. CSA's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. There will be endless troubles in the future. Han Yu snorted and said, it's not that we can't stop them, Yang Si had played a trick on him all night. If he didn't get back at him, he would be seen through. Sichuan Plain is a good place. CSA was confused. He didn't understand what was so good about Sichuan Plain. Yang Si said, speaking of Sichuan Plain, what do you think of first? CSA was originally from the north. He was half a northerner, so he didn't know much about the south. However, if we were talking about the Sichuan Plain, Chang Sichuan. Exactly. Han Yu said. Yang Jingrong dug a pit for herself and jumped into it unknowingly. Why do you say that? Han Yu answered, the Chang massacre at Sichuan. It tells the story of how Prime Minister Huangfu killed 500,000 rattan armored soldiers of the Chang Wu tribe at the Sichuan Plain with the help of black oil and fire before the establishment of the Xia dynasty. Everyone knows about this, but does Commandant Xia know the details of the battle that year? CSA's knowledge of Sichuan butchering Chang was limited to the history books. Could it be that there are other inside stories? It's not really the inside story, but it's more detailed. Han Yu said, the historical records are not wrong, but they are too brief. The Qiangwu tribe was the ancestor of the northern borderline. Their horse-riding skills were top-notch. They galloped like the wind and were almost invincible. Their advantage was speed. Prime Minister Huangfu pretended to be defeated several times and sacrificed the lives of 20,000 soldiers to make the Qiangwu tribe lose their composure. Only then did he lure them into the Sichuan plain. This was only one of his many plans. If the news of our army was not as good as the cavalry of the Qiangwu tribe, the cavalry of the Qiangwu tribe would be able to gather and break out of the encirclement. In order to avoid this, the Prime Minister built a secret beacon in the Sichuan plain. Later, when the world was settled, these beacon towers were either demolished or abandoned. Han Yu sneered. 2 years ago, Yang Jingrong represented his lord, Lu Shi, to form an alliance with the lord. For the sake of the overall situation, the lord and Ling Wengong joined forces to fight against Wu Mashang, the county chief of Shanghai County at that time. At that time, they also fought to the Sichuan plain. Yang Jingrong mentioned the beacon towers and reactivated the abandoned beacon towers to transmit information between the two places. Xie Zai's eyes widened slightly. He could vaguely guess what Han Yu wanted to do. They could not catch up with Yang Xi's army, but the beacon towers could transmit information much faster than riding a horse at night. By igniting the beacon towers and gathering the troops stationed in the Sichuan plain in advance, they could besiege or launch a sneak attack. Even if they could not kill Yang Xi and the others, they could at least make them flee. Yang Xi was still unaware of all this. It'll be dawn in less than an hour. Yang Xi rode on the horse and secretly moved his position. After riding for a long time, his buttocks were a little numb from the jolting. The skin between his legs was also sore from the chafing. I'm afraid that no one in their 70s or 80s will ever forget this night. The temperature in the mountains was rather low. Yang Xi clasped his hands together and breathed into his palms. He looked tired from a sleepless night. His expression was tired, but his mood was very cheerful. Qin Gong laughed. Last night, it was all thanks to the military counselor's divine foresight. Yang Xi hummed a little tune, feeling a little pleased in his heart. Han Wenbin will definitely stomp his feet in anger at this moment. Before dawn, the army should be able to enter the border of the Sichuan plain. Qing Yuan said, according to Su Bei's reaction, it will take half a day for the news to reach Sichuan. There are few troops stationed there and the defense is not strong. We can take advantage of their unpreparedness and force our way out. The Sichuan plain was not a plain in the truest sense of the word. There were gentle hills and crisscrossing rivers at the border. Because the terrain of the area was relatively flat and vast, the farmland was fertile and the grass was lush, it was also called the Sichuan plain. Most of Jiang Pingji's troops were elites. Breaking through the encirclement on flat ground was a certain advantage for them. Yang Xi was about to agree when his sharp eyes saw a small orange light in the distance. They were on higher ground than Han Yu's side, so they could see it more clearly. What is that? Yang Xi frowned. Are you hallucinating? The orange light flashed and disappeared. After a while, Yang Xi saw that another place was also emitting orange light. However, this time the orange light did not disappear. As if it was a relay, the orange light lit up again after a certain distance. The military counselor is not hallucinating. That seems to be a beacon. Beacon. Yang Xi had a vague premonition in his heart. Looking at the direction of the beacon, it was clearly heading towards the Sichuan plain. Sichuan plain, beacon. Beacon tower. An idea flashed in his mind. Yang Xi suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh, startling the purplish-red horse under him into neighing. Military counselor. Yang Si said, the entire army is moving quickly. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we will be outflanked. It was one thing to catch the enemy off guard, but it was another thing to be caught off guard by the enemy. Yang Si secretly gritted his teeth and was full of remorse. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to go back to a few years ago and strangle himself for coming up with stupid ideas. Why did he dig a hole for no reason? He almost buried himself alive. The beacon could not only be seen by one's own people, but also by the enemy. Before the sky was completely bright, the scouts found that the beacon was lit in Hu County and hurriedly passed the news to Jiangpingji. There are still people playing with the beacon now. The outdated technology of the ancient times once again refreshed Jiangpingji's limits. Can you determine where the fire beacons are coming from? As the Lord, Jiangpingji could complain, but Wei Xi, Qiguan Rang, and the others could not be so lazy. Chapter 1141. The scout reported, it should be the Sichuan Plain. The Sichuan Plain. Jiangpingji was stunned when she heard this place. She had lived in the north for a long time and was unfamiliar with the Sichuan Plain. This place sounds familiar, she thought for a while and quickly found the relevant memory in her mind. Isn't the Sichuan Plain the main battlefield of the Chang massacre? Geographically speaking, the Sichuan Plain was easy to attack and difficult to defend. It had no other advantages except for its fertile soil. When Jiangpingji and the officials discussed tactics, they almost neglected this place. Now that it was mentioned, she only remembered an allusion that she had read a long time ago. It's the battlefield of the Chang massacre, Wei Xi answered with a smile. Qiguan Rang, who was at the side, tensed up and hurriedly got up to look at the great universal geographical map. He looked at it carefully and suddenly discovered something. Jiangpingji noticed his unusual behavior and asked, what did Wenjing discover? Qiguan Rang frowned and said with a heavy heart, there must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. The Sichuan Plain is lit up. It should be a battle in Hu County. Su Fei has already been executed and the remnants of his troops have almost been wiped out. Even if they cause trouble, it's impossible to light the fire. Su Bei's family is the most powerful in Hu County. Who can cause such a scene? I think there's only one possibility. Everyone suddenly reacted. Jiangpingji even crushed the teacup in her hand. The atmosphere in the tent was stagnant. The audience in the streaming room reacted half a beat slower. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Shu Shanyuli, what happened? I'm most afraid of the atmosphere suddenly turning silent. I have a bad feeling about this. Zi Yingxuan, the Sichuan Plain is lit up. Wenjing said a few words and the streamer and they became like this. Nayokuodongbeo Jiang, my head hurts. Why can't they just finish what they want to say? They always leave the other half unsaid. Every time I watch the streaming room, a bunch of brain cells die. The key is that after the dead brain cells die, I still can't keep up with the rhythm. Biansang, I'm begging a big shot who was a language class representative. After all, it's a live streaming. If it's a TV series, I can rewind and find the key plot if I don't understand. Lady Boss Chow Rui, I was a little confused at first, but after looking at my notes, I suddenly remembered something. The streamer lent Qin Gong 10,000 soldiers and horses to save Su Fei. She even let Yang Si and Qing Yuan supervise the troops. Boss Qiguan had said that Hu County was Su Bei's territory. The remnants of Su Fei's troops could not stir up any waves. Only Qin Gong's troops could cause Su Bei to make a big move and ignite the flames of war. This was not difficult to analyze, but the time span in the live broadcast was too long. Many viewers did not remember what happened more than a month ago. There were only 850,000 seats in the Livestream room. With billions of people fighting for the seats in the two dimensions, the flow of viewers was too high. Apart from a few internet superstars who were like big shots living in signal towers, almost no one could guarantee that they would stay in the live broadcast room every day. After the big shots analysis, the slow-witted audience was so shocked that they dropped the melon in their hands. Zhengxue Shijin, oh my, does this mean that Rongrong is in danger? For a moment, Yang Xi's fans were in an uproar, and related topics quickly dominated the news. He had no choice but to be anxious. Yang Xi only had a total of 10,000 troops. If he stayed in the enemy's territory, wouldn't he be sending a fat chicken to his door? Yang Xi was not an NPC that could be respawned. He was a living person who lived in another plane, and he was their favorite idol. The Livestream room also used a few years to tell the audience a bloody truth: war was cruel. If Yang Xi was going to die, he would really die. The audience was so anxious that they were burning with anger. Jiang Pingji threw the remains of the teacup aside with a calm expression and asked Qiguan Rang, "How many days is it from here to Sichuan Plain on foot?" "At least 3 days, at most 5 days. This number was already very optimistic. If they encountered any obstacles, they might be able to delay it for a few days. Jiang Pingji's eyes were slightly cold. Her left hand held the hilt of the god-slaying sword that hung on her waist. She said coldly, "Gather the troops. 10,000 is enough." After all, they were going to rescue people, not to fight head-on. If there were too many troops, it would be easy to delay them. Qiguan Rang suddenly raised his head and looked at her. The people under the tent stepped out to stop her. "My lord, we must not go deep into enemy territory alone. If something unexpected happens, something unexpected happens?" Jiang Pingji sneered and said, "It's impossible." Qiguan Rang could not help but give Wei Ci a look. Feng Zhen, Feng Jin, and the others were all at the rear. Currently, the strategists who followed the army were him and Wei Ci. Fear was one thing, but if Wei Ci could persuade his lord, it would be a good thing. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ci was also feeling bitter. In his previous lives, he had been with his lord for decades. He was already very familiar with her. Once she made a decision, there was basically no room for discussion, unless Wei Ci pondered in his heart and secretly gave Li Yun, Dian Yin, and the others a look. Li Yun and the others were not as smart as Wei Ci and the others, but they were not stupid people. They were about to step out when Jiang Nongqin beat them to it. "I am willing to make a military pledge to bring back military advisor Yang and the others with my life." Li Yun and Dian Yin also stepped out one after another, unwilling to be outdone. "I am willing to go." To be honest, their lord personally led troops deep into the enemy's territory to rescue people. This action was touching, but at the same time, it was extremely painful. Why was it painful? If something unexpected happened to their lord and she did not have any children to inherit her will, they would not be able to fight. Speaking of which feudal lord's officials had suffered more than them? Which feudal lord did not have a lot of children, but their lord was special? She was still single, and the young lord was nowhere to be seen. The more it was like this, the more pressure they, as officials, were under. Jiang Pingji was their lord and the most important core. Once she died, the whole power would fall apart. "Okay, Officer Jiang, come along." Jiang Pingji only agreed to let Jiang Nongqin follow, but she did not say that she would not go. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Be more courageous. The person who can kill me in this world has not been born yet," Jiang Pingji said helplessly. "I will return safely. My lord has made up your mind. I know I can't stop you." I only hope that my lord will put your health first and not take the risk to avoid falling into a dangerous situation. Wei Ci sighed in his heart. He knew he could not stop her. Whether it was in the previous life or this one, there were many such scenes. However, Wei Ci's compromise made Qiguanrang unhappy. He secretly glanced at Wei Ci from the corner of his eye and frowned slightly. Everyone did not notice this detail, only Jiang Pingji did. All of you can leave. Prepare immediately. Time cannot be delayed. She then added, Wenjing, stay. If it was in the past, Wei Ci would stay, but this time it was Qiguanrang. Wenjing should know why I want you to stay. She used a declarative tone. Qiguanrang's heart was clear. He immediately guessed the answer. For Zixiao. Jiang Pingji said, he can't stop me. I don't want Wenjing to be more fearful and dissatisfied with him because of this. Chapter 1142. Qiguangu was afraid of the beauty Wei Ci, and he seemed to be very dissatisfied. When did this happen? My lord, you don't have any doubts. Jiang Pingji knew what he was talking about. She smiled and said, Zixiao has a secret, and it has something to do with me. Because of this secret, he came to me from 1,000 miles away and did his best to assist me. However, because the secret has not been made public, it is normal for Wenjing to have some doubts about him. If you want to know, I can tell you, as long as you are willing to believe. Qiguanrang was stunned for a moment, and then he returned to normal. No, my lord, it is enough that you know what to do. He shook his head. Although the grudge in his heart had not disappeared, it was not as heavy as before. My lord trusts Zixiao so much. If he dares to have second thoughts, I will be the first to not let him go. I will definitely eliminate him. Jiang Pingji smiled and said, Wenjing, you underestimate me. Qiguanrang said seriously, it is not that I don't trust you, my lord, but, he paused and did not say the rest of his words. The love between a man and a woman could easily make people lose their minds. Otherwise, how could pillow talk be so effective? The audience was watching the show. Qiguangu was really a warrior to say something like, eliminate Wei Ci, in front of the streamer. Even if it was a show of loyalty, wasn't he afraid of being put in a difficult position in the future? Thinking of Qiguanrang's usual low-key and cautious style, the audience unanimously believed that he was not a person who liked to court death. He dared to say so he must have a certain degree of confidence. For example, Jiang Pingji's trust in him was no less than her trust in Wei Ci. After the troops were organized, Jiang Pingji did not dare to delay and immediately set off with the troops. Yang Si accidentally dug a hole for himself and almost buried himself alive. Han Yu used the fire beacon to send a message to the troops stationed at Qichuan Plain. Before Yang Si and the others arrived at the border of Qichuan Plain, the troops stationed there had already organized their troops to intercept them. Yang Si gave up the idea of breaking through the encirclement. Breaking through the encirclement at this time would be courting death. The enemy was already prepared, and the effect of the sneak attack was far from what he expected. Even if he could successfully break through the encirclement, the delay would be enough for Han Yu to lead the troops to catch up. By then, he would face the awkward dilemma of being outflanked. Instead of that, it was better to play hide and seek with them and delay time. Yang Si's rogue tactic had a term in the game, kiting. Qin Gong advocated breaking out of the encirclement, and so did Qing Yuan. No one wanted to sit back and wait for death. 2 against 1, Yang Si's decision seemed strange. Qin Gong was very respectful to Yang Si because of the sock puppet, 5 tastes. Even if the two of them had different thoughts, he would still consult Yang Si seriously. Yang Si gave Qin Gong a look that said, "You are worth teaching." He continued, Su Bei's troops aren't the only ones who can see the beacons on the Sichuan plains. Our lord can see them as well. Qin Gong was surprised. But military counselor. I don't think I've received any news from the lord recently. If they wanted to see the beacon fire, then their lord's army could not be far from Hu County. But Qin Gong didn't remember receiving any news about his lord's army. Yang Si smiled and said, could it be that Feng Jing has forgotten the declaration of war? Based on the distance the lord took to send the declaration, the distance should not be too far. Qin Gong's eyes lit up, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Qing Yuan asked, Military Advisor Yang, are you saying that the lord will send troops to support us? Yang Si replied, yes, there is at least a 60% chance of success. There are many shrewd men under the lord's command. How could they remain indifferent when they see the beacons on the Sichuan plains? I'm sure they can guess our predicament and will definitely send troops to support us. Before the arrival of the reinforcements, Yang Si had to preserve as much of his combat strength as possible. Perhaps they could even kill a wave of enemies. Yang Si's courage was greater than the heavens. They were already in a precarious situation, yet he could still optimistically think about killing the enemy. Qin Gong said awkwardly, however, the terrain of the Sichuan plains is flat. It's not easy to hide. Yang Si replied, you don't have to worry about that. I have my ways. As a result, Xie lost track of the enemy halfway through the chase. The scouts searched several times but couldn't find any traces of the enemy's army. How could more than 10,000 people disappear into thin air? Could they have grown wings and taken to the sky as a group? The scout cursed in his heart and braced himself to pass the news to Han Yu and Xie. They were about to catch up, but those bastards had disappeared without a trace. Han Yu pondered for a while and asked in a hoarse voice, is there a river nearby? The scout thought for a while and said, there is indeed one. Is the river deep? How wide is it? The scout didn't go down to check, so he didn't know how deep the river was, but he knew its width. The river is more than 20 feet wide. I don't know how deep it is. Han Yu held back the blue veins that were throbbing and squeezed out an ugly smile. Go and check it out. Xie understood. The military counselor suspects that they crossed the river and hid their traces. Soon, the scout came back to report the news. Because of the terrain, there wasn't much sand on the riverbed. The deepest part of the river was only as deep as an adult's chest. Han Yu said with a headache, using the water to escape. Young Jingrong is really capable of anything. It wasn't winter or late autumn, so the river was cool. It would be nice to go for a swim. Search along the river and pay close attention to the beacons. Report to me as soon as you find any traces of the enemy. Unexpectedly, Yang Si didn't choose to break out of the encirclement. Instead, he avoided the soldiers stationed at the Sichuan plains and chose to hide. If it weren't for Han Yu's good upbringing, he would have scolded and cursed him harshly if it were someone else. Damn it! How shameless! Xie said, don't be angry, military counselor. They are marching and swimming. They won't last long. At this pace, they wouldn't even need to do anything. They would tire themselves to death. Han Yu looked serious. He thought that Yang Si must have something to rely on if he dared to do this. Colonel Qin, are you okay? Yang Si was a weak scholar. He didn't know how to swim, so he swam all the way with the help of the soldiers. Except for his wet clothes, he didn't look bad. In contrast, Qin Gong, a standard military general, looked a bit bad. He was panting, his cheeks were red, and his forehead was sweating. His wet clothes were sticky, but he couldn't take off his armor, in case the enemy suddenly appeared and caught them off guard. I'm okay. Qin Gong adjusted his breathing and glanced at the other soldiers. After a little rest, they returned to normal. They seemed to be very familiar with such behavior. None of them complained. Yang Si saw through his mind at a glance. He smiled and said, "My lord said that she would give you 10,000 elites. She won't cheat." After a short rest, the army set off again. They swam along the river at a very fast speed. The enemy couldn't catch up with them in a short time. Yang Si was thinking about what to do next. It would take time for the reinforcements of the Lord to arrive. He had to delay as much as possible. He would play hide and seek during the day and recuperate in the mountains at night. With a general idea, Yang Si was happy again. With his character, once he fell into the hands of the enemy, he would definitely be killed first and report later. Chapter 1143. Bah, those bastards are so good at running. The enemies were jumping up and down, and they were running everywhere. They were about to surround them several times, but they just slipped away. It was fine if it was only once or twice, but it was the same every time. Han Yu and the others were calm, but the soldiers were getting impatient. Their anger was rising, as if they had eaten a bomb. "Stop talking. If Commandant Xia or military advisor Han hears you, they'll have to suffer because of you." When Han Yu mentioned Han Yu and Xia Zhe, his comrade finally stopped talking, but he didn't look good. He looked like a stone in a latrine pit. Although Han Yu didn't hear the sound himself, he could see that the morale of the army was getting lower and lower. Xia Zhe was anxious as he saw it. He really wondered if Yang Si and the others had installed a pair of wind-fire wheels under their feet and were playing with them everywhere. They were so close to catching turtles in a jar several times. They always got out of trouble in a way that was beyond ordinary people's normal thinking. Are they addicted to playing hide and seek? In contrast, Han Yu was much calmer. He didn't look anxious at all. Xia Zhe wanted to say it several times, but he swallowed it after a few hesitations. Until now, Xia Zhe finally couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned worriedly. "Military Counselor Han, the morale of our soldiers is low. If this goes on, I'm afraid there will be trouble. In the long run." Han Yu asked, "How long do you think this long run will last, Commandant Xie?" Xia Zhe was stunned for a moment. He was about to blurt it out, but he suddenly realized something and couldn't help but be stunned. Han Yu was smiling, but his eyes were cold. His tone was as calm as ever, as if Yang Si's hide-and-seek and flying kites didn't cause him any confusion. He said, "They are traveling light and can't carry much food. An army of more than 10,000 is not a small number, and the daily rations are an extremely large number. Even if everyone brings rations, how many days can one person carry?" They were chasing from behind, while Yang Si and the others were running in front. Because of the warning of the fire beacon, Yang Si and the others couldn't hide their tracks, so they couldn't stay in one place for too long. They could only keep changing positions, marching and hiding in order to avoid the scouts. Being tense and running for their lives for a long period of time had imperceptibly increased the soldiers' need for food and further depleted their morale. The rations that could support them for 4 to 5 days might not even last 2 days. Looking at the situation, it seemed that Yang Si was playing with them, but the first to collapse was definitely the side with a shortage of food. Yang Si and the others did not have the support of the grain line, so they would not be able to hold on for long. Either they were too hungry to fight, or they had to break out of the encirclement before starvation killed them. The two armies clashed head-on. "Lieutenant Xia, you don't have to be anxious, because your enemy is even more anxious than you." Han Yu was very patient. He exerted pressure on Yang Si and the others at a steady pace, forcing them to increase the frequency of their escape, which further increased their physical exhaustion. This was both a psychological attack and a competition of endurance between the two armies. Whoever lost their composure first would lose. Yang Xi's combat style was bold and unrestrained. His thoughts were always different from others, and he was somewhat imaginative. Han Yu, on the other hand, was steady and sure. He conformed to the rules, but he didn't stick to the traditional way of thinking. He was meticulous and steady, and he was very calm. Just as Han Yu expected, Yang Xi's side encountered the predicament of food shortage, and they could only hold on for one more day. After that day, they could only fill their stomachs with water for the rest of the time. Seeing this, Qin Gong's young face was dyed with worry. "Lieutenant Qin, why are you so anxious?" Looking at his pale little face, Yang Xi couldn't bear to stand by and watch. He waved at Qin Gong, indicating that he should come over and rest, and not be so tense all the time. Come, sit down and talk. Here is a bag of water, drink it to quench your thirst." Qin Gong thanked Yang Xi for his kindness. He was a general, and his physical fitness was much better than Yang Xi, who was a scholar. At present, not only was there a shortage of food, but there was also a shortage of water. It was better to keep Yang Xi's water bag for himself. Qin Gong couldn't help but say, "Military Counselor Yang, you are really not anxious at all." Yang Xi said, "In a day or two, we will run out of water and food. How can I not be anxious?" Qin Gong carefully looked at his expression and said strangely, "If Military Counselor is anxious, how can you be so calm?" Yang Xi asked in reply, "Is it possible that if I am anxious, food and water will appear out of thin air?" Qin Gong, this was the first time he heard someone say the words, "broken jar," in such a righteous and confident manner. Qin Gong said, "There is a shortage of food, and morale is shaken. In the end, won't we still become the enemy's turtles in a jar?" Yang Xi smiled as he looked at Inspector Qin Yuan and said, "It's true that there is a shortage of food, but the shaken morale is exaggerated." Qin Gong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized something. For an ordinary army, even if there was only half a month left, the morale of the army would be in a state of collapse, much less a day's supply. As the food shortage approached, there would inevitably be soldiers who deserted or were afraid to fight. The longer time dragged on, the more deserters there would be. This was almost unavoidable. To give a ready-made example, Su Fei had been besieged in Mountain Urn City for several months. The water soldiers he had recruited were the first to escape. As time passed, their number reached more than 30,000. They fled in all directions, became bandits, and harmed the people. After that were the soldiers who were qualified to lead the army, and then the trusted troops. Those who were willing to stay and live and die with the army in times of danger were basically all loyal elites. Qin Gong had been tense for the past few days, and did not notice this for a while. The army of more than 10,000 had fled east and west for several days, and their food and fodder were getting increasingly scarce. The soldiers under them had not reported any deserters. This was simply impossible. Yang Xi saw that he was in a trance, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. "I have said before, my lord, that you are leading 10,000 elites. They must be genuine elites." Qin Gong's heart was touched, and he could not say a word for a long time. But, I have disappointed my lord." Qin Gong knew how rare it was to have 10,000 elites. They had all been built with a lot of money, food, and a lot of effort. Losing 10,000 at once, Qin Gong would not be able to make up for it even if he plucked off his own brain. "What does this have to do with you? If you want to blame someone, blame Qiguan Wenjing. His declaration caught us off guard, and we became the fish in the moat." Yang Xi secretly grinned. If he was lucky enough to survive, he would definitely beat up Qiguan Rang's house and make him compensate. Qin Gong thought that Yang Xi was comforting him, and he could not get rid of the guilt in his heart. He did not expect Jiang Pingji to place such high hopes on him right from the start. This trust made his heart feel sour, but at the same time very warm. Qin Gong endured it and racked his brain to find another topic to talk about. For a general, there was no greater sense of accomplishment than training a fierce army of tigers and wolves. He wanted to know who trained these 10,000 elites behind him. This question was a little difficult, everyone has a share. Yang Si said uncertainly, moreover, the birth of the elites is not all due to one person. Chapter 1144. Seeing that Qin Gong was puzzled, Yang Si couldn't help but give him the general knowledge of the Wanzhou group so that Qin Gong wouldn't make a fool of himself in the future. Why not? The so-called elite troops are no less than elite weapons. They also need elite soldiers, Yang Si said. Yang Si said, these elite soldiers not only have to be strong, brave, and good at fighting, but they also have to be disciplined and obey orders. Only those who can do these two things can be called elite. Yang Si told Qin Gong about the tricks of training soldiers in the Wanzhou group. A strong body, brave and good at fighting, this is military strength, strict discipline, strict execution of orders, this is military discipline. It was not difficult to do the former. There was only one word, train. Train to the death. The training plan that Jiang Pingji had formulated for her troops had been used to this day. The troops were trained in winter and summer, when the weather was the worst. Whether it was in the heat of summer or the cold of winter, as long as they were not too sick to get up, they had to get up to train. After they had formed a certain level of strength, Jiang Pingji would also organize military exercises. Military exercises included various combat environments. Yang Si glanced at the resting troops and said lightly, not to mention that there's only 1 or 2 days of military rations left, even if they run out of ammunition and rations for 7 or 8 days, they have to eat weeds and tree bark. Military exercises are like real battles. No one deserts then, and no one will commit crimes now. Qin Gong was flabbergasted, but he had an urge to give it a try. He had never thought that training troops could be done this way. The so-called military exercises were real swords and spears, not putting on airs. But, with such harsh measures, why doesn't anyone desert? Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qin Gong could imagine the severity and cruelty of training troops after hearing Yang Si's description. The tyranny of the king and the rebellion of the people, yet none of these troops resisted or were dissatisfied. Qin Gong's attention was attracted by Yang Si's words. For a moment, he forgot his previous worries. Yang Si smiled. Hardness is easy to break, softness is easy to bend. It's the same for training troops. Using both the carrot and the stick is the right way. Elites could not be trained hard. Not only did they need tough training methods, but they also needed a soft policy of appeasement. Soldiers were also human. They could not all be unparalleled loyal, and they could not be expected to use love to spontaneously pledge loyalty to Jiang Pingji. Yang Si pointed to the troops and said, for them, the price of deserting or being passive is far higher than dying in battle. Qin Gong was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? Yang Si stretched out 2 fingers and said, one is military discipline, and the other is welfare. Jiang Pingji had considered the issue of military discipline when she set up the army. She even put military discipline in the first place and formulated strict military rules. The soldiers were all peasants, and almost none of them could read. It was very troublesome to talk to them about military rules and discipline. Jiang Pingji used the method of violent brainwashing. Regardless of whether it was winter or summer, she would shout about military rules and discipline 3 times a day in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Since the promotion of the new rhymes of Chinese, not only the common people were required to learn rhymes, but even the soldiers in the barracks had to learn them. Not only did he have to complete the regular training, but he also had to learn literacy from the political commissar. The position of political commissar was created by his lord, and he enjoyed the treatment of a centurion. His main job was to educate the soldiers' ideology. The primer was not the teaching material of the Golden Scale Academy, but the military rules that the soldiers were so familiar with that they could almost recite them backwards. As if brainwashing and education were not enough, Jiang Pingji also linked military discipline with pension benefits and retirement benefits. This move was extremely insidious. Once the soldiers violated military discipline, they would be directly recorded in their files. Not only would it affect the individual's salary and future promotion, but it would also affect retirement benefits or pension benefits for those who died in battle. Since the establishment of the Golden Scale Academy, these two benefits included the qualifications for future generations to go to school. This rule was too terrible. Under the use of both carrot and stick, which soldier dared to escape? For the sake of their families and children, they would rather starve to death in battle than violate military discipline and become deserters. Qin Gong was so shocked that he opened his mouth slightly. One sentence was written all over his face: could it be played this way? Yang Si patted his shoulder. Qin Gong was still too young. If he was shocked now, what would he do in the future? After resting for a while, the scouts found traces of the enemy and hurriedly sent the news back. Yang Si sighed softly. Enduring the pain all over his body, he stood up and said, "Colonel Qin, gather the troops and horses. Let's go." This long game of hide and seek or cat and mouse would be decided sooner or later. Another 2 days passed. Han Yu, who was originally calm, had a grave expression on his face. Yang Si and the others were still as slippery as before. They did not seem to be in distress due to the food shortage. The scouts also did not find any deserters. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Did Yang Si take all his belongings with him to escape? If so, he should change his way of thinking and think again about what Yang Jingrong was up to. Someone, quickly go and ask if there is any unusual movement at the border of Hu County. Something was not right. Everything was not right. He knew Yang Si's temperament very well. He would not get up early without benefits. He would never do meaningless things. If there were enough water and food, Yang Si would not stay in the Sichuan plain. It was a pure waste of time. He would have found a way to escape. Now he was still circling around the Sichuan plain. It was more like a cornered beast fighting. If so, the question came back to itself. Did Yang Si lack food? If there was a shortage of food, how could he explain that there were no deserters and the marching speed was not reduced? If there was no shortage of food, Yang Si's actions puzzled him. Han Yu thought about it again and carefully connected the routes that Yang Si had escaped along these days. The routes were twisted and complicated. They seemed to be irregular, but they were all heading towards the northern border of Hu County. Report, the news has been found. The voice of the messenger interrupted his thoughts. Say it. The messenger said, Lu Shi divided his troops and attacked Hu County directly. Han Yu suddenly thought of something and accidentally knocked over the bamboo slips on the table. Yang Jingrong, you actually had this idea. It was not that Yang Si did not lack food. It was obvious that he had used a smokescreen to deceive others. Coincidentally, Xie Zhe found another place. Unfortunately, he was one step too late. Yang Si had already escaped with his troops. They escaped faster than a rabbit. Did Captain Xie check the remains of their bonfire? Han Yu asked. Xie Zhe said, yes. Han Yu asked, is there any trace of cooking? Xieze thought back carefully, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. He had not noticed this. Han Yu went to the bonfire in person and was suddenly enlightened. The bonfire was messed up. It looked like the traces left by people fleeing in a hurry. In fact, it was to cover up the food that was not cooked. This is a good smokescreen, but it's a pity, Han Yu said decisively. Captain Xia, assemble the troops and go to Gusu. Gusu was located in the mountains north of the Sichuan plain. Xieze was surprised. Counselor, are we not going to catch Yangxi? Catch him. Han Yu said, it's like catching a turtle in a jar. According to their own speed, they would definitely be able to reach Gusu before Yangxi and the others. The next day, at noon, Yangxi and the others had been without food for 2 days. The soldiers were in good condition, but their combat power was less than half of the usual. At this time, Gusu was close at hand. If it is as I expected, I will be able to meet up with the master in half a day. Chapter 1145. Fengjing, tell everyone to be careful. I don't feel good about it. Yangxi looked around suspiciously. He had an inexplicable shadow in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen. Qin Gong said, okay, I will send the order to all the battalions to be on guard. Qing Yuan asked, did you notice anything wrong? Yangxi said, Gong Liao, who do you think our opponent is? Han Wenbin is one of Master Yuanjing's favorite students. It won't be easy to take advantage of him. Underestimating the enemy is a taboo for a military strategist. Underestimating the enemy will inevitably bring disaster to us. Send the order to the soldiers to be on guard. Don't relax at all times. We are not far from Gusu. Don't fail here. Because Qing Qing and Master Yuanjing were good friends, Qing Yuan could occasionally enjoy Master Yuanjing's guidance. In Qing Yuan's opinion, no matter how talented the knowledgeable old man was, it was not worth being surprised. The wind was blowing, and the leaves and grass were rustling. Han Yu was wearing a black Confucian robe. His long hair was tied into a crown. He had lost a lot of weight after days of running around. The blue veins on his forehead were clearly visible. He put his hands behind his back and looked in a certain direction. He could faintly see more than 10,000 soldiers and horses rushing toward Gusu like squirming ants. Han Yu fixed his eyes on them and found that the ants had changed from their previous loose posture to a marching formation that could be used for both offense and defense. Xieze also noticed the change and said in surprise, Counselor Han, have they already found out? Han Yu said calmly, if they found out, they would have turned around and left this troublesome place. Why would they walk right into the trap? If it were someone else, they would be so happy that they would let down their guard and reveal a fatal flaw. Yang Jingrong is different. He is a cautious and suspicious person. The more dangerous the situation is, the more suspicious he will be. This caution will let him linger on for a little longer. Xieze blinked and tilted his head to look at Han Yu's side profile. He always felt that his counselor did not hate Yangxi as much as he said. Not only did he not hate him, but he even considered him a confidant. However, the custom of the literati group was that the more confidant they were, the more ruthless they were. As a general, he could not understand it for the time being. If we can capture Yangxi alive, you can try to persuade him, Xieze said. People with different principles cannot make plans together. Yangxi's principles are different from yours. Besides, Han Yu curled his lips into a sarcastic smile. For Yangxi, there is no one in this world who is more suitable for him than Lu Lanting. If he is captured, only death awaits him. A look of confusion appeared on Xieze's face as he asked, why is that? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Since Yang Si Ruo was captured, whether it was for his future or for his family's life, submitting to the new master was the best choice. The military counselor had previously said that Yang Si was not a stickler for rules. In order to protect myself, what's wrong with seeking a new master? Han Yu didn't intend to explain in detail. Yang Si was the son of a prostitute. His status was even lower than that of a lowly person. In the eyes of his lord, Su Bei, it was hard for him to enter the upper echelons of society. If Yang Si was not lucky enough to be carried away by Yuan Jing, who lived in the folk, what would his fate be now? Either they had died a long time ago, or they were just pimps that ran errands in brothels, waiting to be ordered around. Plot against the world and assist the feudal vassals? There was no need to even think about it. Yang Si's status was destined to not be put in an important position by Su Bei. He was also a sensitive and proud person, so he couldn't accept such humiliation. Han Yu knew him well, so he would give Yang Si a quick death. On the other side, the ominous premonition in Yang Si's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He was almost in a state of panic. Something's not right. It was a sunny day, but Yang Si broke out in a cold sweat. His hands were tightly gripping the reins. Get into formation, turn around and return. By the time the order was given, half of the army had already passed through the lonely gorge. The hills on both sides were lush with trees, casting shadows. Yang Si's gaze was focused on the wild goose that was flying high in the sky. Qin Gong didn't doubt him and immediately gave the order. As soon as he gave the order, 2 flags with the words Su and Xia appeared on both sides. Yang Si saw an old acquaintance. You don't have to leave now that you're here, Han Yu said condescendingly. Jing Rong, we haven't seen each other for a few months. How are you? How the F***ck? Yang Si's face tightened, but he was swearing inelegantly in his heart. Han Yu wouldn't give Yang Si any time to react. The prepared rolling stones rolled down from both sides of the mountain path, and the arrows were like a tide. He had originally planned to destroy more than half of Yang Si's army, and then slowly nibble away the rest of the defeated soldiers. According to Han Yu's expectation, when half of the army was deep in the gorge, the front army would retreat in panic. It would definitely mess up the formation and cause a situation where people would crowd and block the mouth of the gorge. The front army couldn't retreat in time, and the rear army couldn't support, so the order would collapse. But Xie was surprised. They are indeed elites. They can still maintain the formation at this moment. The military counselor said that they have been out of food for a couple of days. They should have low morale and no fighting power. Now that I look at them, they are not that bad. It's a pity to bury them here. Xie didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy even though he said it was a pity. Countless rolling stones and hot oil splashed down, and screams resounded through the entire gorge. Xie commanded the archers to shoot at the mouth of the gorge. The mouth of the gorge became the main target of the archers to destroy the support of the rear army and the retreat of the front army. Protect the military counselor. Qin Gong shot down the arrows that were rushing toward Yang Si, but he only had 2 hands. How could he compete with the hundreds of archers of the enemy? More than a dozen shield soldiers raised their shields and formed a formation. They used the shields to block the stray arrows and protected Yang Si and Qing Yuan in the chaos. Yang Si was in a mess. There was an arrow in his shoulder. If the arrow had been shot a little bit higher, it would have gone straight through his brain. Yang Si spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "Bah. I played with eagles all my life, and I was almost pecked blind by an eagle." He let out a cry of pain, and his whole face scrunched up because of the severe pain. Finally, he swallowed it back. Qin Gong made sure that Yang Si and the others were safe, then he commanded the soldiers to form a formation and retreat. As long as they left the gorge, they still had a chance of survival. Hot oil splashed. Rolling stones and arrows were blind. They didn't care who was who. Whoever was hit by the rolling stones would be the unlucky one. For a moment, no one knew how many soldiers were injured by the arrows and crushed by the rolling stones. Their bones turned into minced meat and blood. Sieze said, "Get the bow." He knocked the bow and pulled the arrow, aiming at Qingong below. The soldiers were already in chaos, and morale was shaken. Once the main general died, the army that was in a precarious situation would definitely collapse. The arrow pierced through the air and locked onto him as if it had eyes. Qingong felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of danger rose to his head. He barely managed to shoot it down, but he couldn't dodge another stray arrow. The sharp arrowhead slashed across the side of his face, and blood stained his right eye. Chapter 1146. After leaving behind more than 3,000 corpses, Yang Si and the others retreated from the lonely gorge with the wounded soldiers. However, Yang Si did not feel the slightest joy of escaping because they did not have enough supplies. They were just struggling at death's door. If he were Hanyu, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. He would naturally take advantage of the situation to kill them. Qing Yuan supported Yang Si. He was already hungry. After this incident, he was so weak that he almost could not stand. Yang Si endured the pain and said, "Gong Liao, go and tell Colonel Qin to immediately organize the uninjured soldiers and retreat quickly." Qing Yuan understood the other meaning. He resisted the urge to faint and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Military counselor, I will delay them for a while with the remaining troops." Yang Si was very calm. Even though he was in so much pain that he could not stand up straight, his mind was exceptionally clear. For a strategist, weighing the pros and cons was an innate instinct. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he would not hesitate to do it in order to achieve the greatest benefit. "My lord, the reinforcements will arrive in less than half a day. We can't let these more than 10,000 elites be completely annihilated by the enemy." Under such circumstances, the outcome of staying behind to cover the retreat was definitely a dead end. Qing Yuan involuntarily grasped Yang Si's shoulder and helped him retreat a few steps. "If the military counselor dies, how will I explain it to my lord?" Qing Yuan was anxious at this moment. His hands, feet, and brain did not feel like his own. It was not that he was useless. As a greenhorn, Qing Yuan had too little actual combat experience and accumulated too little experience. Yang Si could not help but grin. Qing Yuan was going crazy. He could still laugh in such a situation. "If I were alive, I would not have the face to see my lord." Yang Si smiled bitterly. He was too reckless and lost to Hanyu by one move. The elite troops that the lord had handed over to him were greatly damaged. How could he have the face to see Jiangpingji? Qing Yuan's breathing became rapid and heavy. Yang Si held his wrist tightly. He never thought that Yang Si, who was thin and weak, would have such great strength. Yang Si pushed Qing Yuan away, and the other party almost stumbled. "This is a military order. How dare you disobey? As a strategist, you are indecisive and can't make a decision in front of the battle. Do you want to kill more troops in the future?" It seemed to be deafening, and Qing Yuan was shocked. "My lord may not come. It is better to fight with our lives on the line. Leaving Yang Si and more than 2,000 wounded soldiers behind would definitely kill them." Yang Si said firmly, "My lord will come." Qing Yuan gritted his teeth and passed the message to Qingong. Qingong thought for a while and ordered the troops to be divided. "My injuries are heavy. I don't want to be a burden, so I won't leave. Qin Gong's injuries were indeed very serious. There was a long gash on his face, 2 arrow wounds on his right arm, a saber wound on his left shoulder, and an injury on his leg. Fortunately, his leg injury was not serious. He could still ride a horse and fight again. The vanguard narrowly escaped from the call, but most of them were wounded and heavily injured. Almost all of them had to stay behind to cover the rear. The situation of the rear army was not bad. Although there were casualties, it was not serious. Their combat strength was still relatively intact. Han Yu and the others didn't give Yang Si much time. Their pursuers were right behind them. Yang Si took a deep breath and grabbed his sword with his blood-stained hand. If there is a next life, I will serve you as my master. Today, please forgive me for being a step ahead and being unable to be loyal, he murmured, already prepared to die. Yang Si knew his situation and choice better than Han Qin. If he was captured, he would die. Su Bei and Prince Changshu were birds of the same feather. They respected bloodline and family and despised the poor. However, the former was better looking than the latter and knew how to pretend to be peaceful. Yang Si jumped ship and kicked Prince Changshu out because of this. If he surrendered to Su Bei to protect himself, it would be a great humiliation for Yang Si. It was better than being ridiculed. Get into formation and fight the enemy. Yang Si waved his sword. He was unafraid of death. Report. Enemy attack from the rear. Han Qin was shocked. Enemy. So fast. In an instant, he confirmed the identity of the attacker. He looked in the direction of the rear troops and could vaguely see that their formation had been disrupted. CSA was just about to lead his troops to kill the remnants of Yang Si's army when he suddenly heard the messenger's words. Enemy. Han Qin said, Yang Si's reinforcements. They had arrived 6 hours earlier than expected. They had thought that they would be able to get rid of the remnants of Yang Si's troops before retreating and making Lu Shi suffer a loss. CSA was stunned. Where did Yang Si's reinforcements come from? Han Qin said, Yang Si has been avoiding the battle. He led his troops to Chichuan Plain in order to save his troops and meet up with the reinforcements. If they break out on their own, more than half of them will die. If the reinforcements come, they can at least preserve their strength and deter our army. Unfortunately, Yang Si's wishful thinking was completely disrupted by Han Qin. CSA was puzzled. Our army did not intercept their letter. How could the reinforcements come so coincidentally? Han Qin said, Fire beacon. Because of the fire beacon, Lu Shi guessed that Yang Si was in trouble. It was not surprising that he sent reinforcements. CSA immediately understood and asked, Counselor, what should we do now? Han Qin said, It is not advisable to fight. If it was a frontal battle, there was no need to panic. But the reinforcements attacked from the rear and disrupted their formation. They could not organize an effective resistance for a while. The longer they waited, the more casualties they would suffer. If Yang Si reacted and cooperated with the reinforcements to attack them from both sides, the situation would be even more disadvantageous. Han Yu made up his mind in a split second. Han Qin and Yang Si had similar temperaments. Both of them were decisive and ruthless people. Once they made a decision, they would not hesitate. If it was someone else, they would insist and beat Yang Si to death even if it was a risk, because there was no other way out. If Han Qin really did that, the troops he led would definitely be swallowed by Jiangpingji, and no one would be left alive. Yang Si was trying his best to kill as many enemies as he could before he died, but he found that the enemy was gone. Counselor, the enemy's rear army is in chaos. Qin Gong was riding a horse. His vision was much higher than Yang Si's. He could vaguely see the enemy's rear army being destroyed by the unfamiliar forces. Yang Si was stunned for a moment. He was so stunned that he almost couldn't react. My lord's reinforcements. Yang Si dropped his sword excitedly. He was so happy that his wound was torn. He cried out in pain. Qin Gong's heart skipped a beat. Reinforcements? Were there really reinforcements? What they didn't know was that Jiang Pingji, the reinforcements they were talking about, was in a bad mood. The audience in the streaming room could feel the surging killing intent from her. The screen that was full of bullet screens was now empty. Everyone was so scared that they did not dare to speak. Want to escape? Little white maid. Jiang Pingji suddenly pulled out the God Slayer from her waist. The bright snow-white blade was shining with a cold light. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.